What is going on, guys? What is going on, YouTube? I am back. We are back for an exciting, hopefully exciting night of boxing featuring Richardson Hitchens in the main event. Now, I don't know about you guys, but Richardson Hitchens, for me, is a prospect who has the potential to go one of two ways. He has the potential to be one of the top names in the division, but he also has the potential to be a Shakur Stevenson in the sense that he might not get these big fights because essentially he's good and he's also boring and nobody wants to fight him. Or debatably, he doesn't necessarily want to fight other people himself. But the bottom line, guys, with this is I'm very curious what we're going to get from Richardson Hitchens in this fight because his last fight, I think he himself basically was pretty open about the fact that he didn't do what he needed to do from an entertainment point of view, okay? And I was at that fight live. I was at Richardson Hitchens' last fight live against Zapata, and it wasn't a terrible performance in the sense that he dominated the fight on the cards, won every round pretty much, and justifiably got the decision. But let me just get the microphone under the way as well. But the other thing is, he didn't light the world on fire in terms of excitement in this fight, okay? We have to be honest and say that he didn't. It is what it is, but it wasn't an entertaining performance. And unfortunately, he himself has been very open in the build-up to this fight. He needs to be more entertaining. And I don't know if that's right or wrong. Like, boxing at the end of the day is a sport. Boxing's a sport. And I don't know if it's necessarily fair that you need to be entertaining in order to actually get these big fights, but it's the reality of how boxing is at the moment. So, be that as it may, Richardson Hitchens in the main event. And then we're also going to be seeing Skye Nicolson against Sarah Mahfoud. Skye Nicolson, I think, from her point of view, very lucky not to be facing Amanda Serrano in this fight. Amanda Serrano vacating the title. But Skye Nicolson, be that as it may, has a chance to become a world champion tonight. And I believe she probably will. Realistically, the true number one fighter at this weight class is going to be Amanda Serrano, regardless of the outcome of this fight. I think everybody knows that. But Skye Nicolson will become a world champion, in my opinion, in this fight. I believe so at any rate. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens, guys. But Richardson Hitchens, Skye Nicolson, Sarah Mahfoud, Gustavo Lemos. Let's get into it, guys. This is going to be a good card, I believe. Appreciate it, Roy Munson. I hope you're having a good night. Yeah, Skye Nicolson. I think her career is going to be taking off, I think, if she wins this fight more than it has already. I think that if she, I think she's very marketable, as you say. I think that she has the looks that Matchroom is looking for. She has the looks that I think the networks are looking for to be the face of women's boxing. The reality is, though, that her skills are not quite there yet, I don't think, as far as being the top woman in the division. I mean, we're seeing Clarissa Shields here on the commentary. Skye Nicolson has a long way to go before she's at that level yet, but still, I'm expecting she probably becomes a world champion in this fight. So I hope you're having a good evening, Roy Munson. Hope you are having a good evening. Hope everyone else will be tuning in, who will be tuning in, rather, is having a good evening. And yeah, hopefully it'll be a good night of boxing from Vegas tonight. So we've got this card. By the way, in case you guys missed it, we are already 2 fights in because the undercard portion of it was actually streamed on YouTube. So we've already seen a couple of fights on the undercard already before we actually got into this stuff. So we saw Navarro against Lopez on the undercard, and that was the last fight in the super flyweight division. So now basically we're going to get into the 5-fight main card rather here on DAZN. I believe this card is airing on DAZN worldwide, but this is the 5-fight main card, guys. We have the main event, Richardson Hitchens against Gustavo Lemos in the main event. And then underneath that, I guess you could probably call it the co-main event. We have Skye Nicolson, Sarah Mahfoud for the women's featherweight title, which is vacant. It was vacated by Amanda Serrano. Galal Yafai is also on this card. Diego Pacheco is on this card. Mark Castro is on this card as well. So we got some interesting fights coming up. Yeah, marketable. Well, it is. It's a nice way of putting it, and she's marketable. But I think, I mean, it doesn't hurt any fighter to be marketable. especially I think on the women's side, because the reality is women's boxing not that popular at the moment relative to the men's side. But yeah, we're seeing, I mean, because even Clarissa Shields, as good as she is struggles to get attention on her fights realistically. I mean, that's why her and my Savannah Marshall are fighting in MMA. I don't think they're doing it just because it's fun. I mean, realistically, they're doing it because women's MMA is more popular than women's boxing. And that's I think pretty much the reality of it at the moment. But yeah. So I think Lemos is not a bad fighter, by the way. But I also think it's following a little bit of a formula where you have a prospect fighting a name, but a name that's not realistically going to present an enormous challenge. I think Lemos is probably not going to be winning this fight realistically. I would be very surprised. I know a few people have actually placed bets on him to win this fight, but I would be very surprised if that actually happens. I would be extremely, extremely surprised, truthfully. The commentators are right now doing their best to try and build him up, but I don't think he's going to win that fight. I'll be very surprised if he actually is able to do so. So we've got, basically, if you guys are not tuning into the broadcast right now, which is on DAZN Live, they're basically just getting into the particulars of the card. They're going through the names that are on the card. They're talking about Diego Pacheco right now. They're just running through the main event, talking about Richardson Hitchens, talking about Diego Pacheco. So we haven't actually, if you guys are just tuning in now, the main event is scheduled to start in about 2.5 hours time, roughly. Okay, so you guys, if you're just tuning in for Richardson Hitchens, the main event, the ring walks for that are scheduled for about 10:30, so about 2.5 hours from now. But Pacheco probably will be coming up around, I'm guessing, 9:45, 10 o'clock. Galal Yafai is on the card as well, but that's a 10-rounder. Skye Nicolson, obviously, in the 10-rounder as well. Mark Castro in a 10-rounder also. Yeah, I feel sorry for Clarissa Shields, actually, because you're right, Roy Munson. She is just not popular at all. And on talent, she should be. But yeah, she's just not popular at all. So I think that is a real shame for her. But unfortunately, there's also not enough competition in her division. I think that's also part of it. It's not just on her. It's also the fact that there's just not a lot of competition in her division right now. And as a result, she's not really in any huge memorable fights. And she's too good for most of the girls that she's been in the ring with. So it's just a combination of bad things for Clarissa Shields. But, you know, it is what it is, I guess. All right, guys. Anybody actually predicting the upset in this main event? I don't think so. I'm trying to imagine that something unexpected could happen in this fight, but I really don't think that's going to be the case, to be honest. I think Richardson Hitchens is gonna win this fight in a pretty dominant fashion. So it's interesting here because Chris Mannix, they're showing Chris Mannix 165-pound super middleweight rankings here on the screen. And the reality is Diego Pacheco, he has him ranked number 7 in the super middleweight division at the moment. And super middleweight is a weight class that has a lot of interesting names, but it also has a guy at the top of the list who's arguably kind of holding up the division at the moment, which is Canelo, in the sense that he's not fighting David Benavidez, and he should be. So while that's not happening, I think the division is kind of being held up at the moment, unfortunately. But guys, I hope this card is going to be entertaining. I'm not sure. I'm kind of on the fence about it as far as how good I expect this card to actually be. But we got to do our best with this here. So Skye Nicolson is coming up, not in the opener, but she's actually going to be in the second fight on this card, okay? Galal Yafai is going to be in the third fight on this card. Galal Yafai being pushed very fast at the moment, by the way. Diego Pacheco is going to be in the co-main event. And then after that, we are going to have Richardson Hitchens, in the main event, guys. So I hope this will be, like I say, a good night of boxing. But either way, I will be here with you guys throughout the entire card, calling the action, providing commentary over the fights. And as I always say, I won't be putting any links to the actual fights themselves in the stream. I won't be showing any actual footage of the fights, guys. So unfortunately, if that's what you're here for, footage of the fights, links to the fights, won't be anything of that nature here on the stream. Other than that, I will be providing commentary. I will be doing my best to make the action as exciting and as interesting as possible, letting you guys know what is happening in the ring as we get ready for the first fight on this card, which is going to be Mark Castro versus Abraham Montoya. This fight is in the super featherweight division as well. Mark Castro is an 11-0 prospect, and he is in his locker room warming up right now. They're just doing the final preparations. They're just taping his gloves, so we are going to be getting the ring walks for this opening fight on the card within a couple of moments' time, I would have to imagine. So Mark Castro versus Abraham Montoya. Now, guys, I have to tell you, this card here is not probably the card that I've been looking forward to the most in the last few weeks. I got to be honest. We had a really exceptional weekend of boxing last weekend, and I will be very surprised if this one actually lives up to that. I will be honest about that. But let us see what we are in for. Let us see what happens, how it plays out. Jared Anderson's coming up next week as well, which is kind of an interesting show as well. Jared Anderson, after his arrest for his DUI, this is his first time that he's been in the ring since then. I'm curious what he's going to look like in this fight as well. Austin Lovelace betting my house on this. Be careful. Sarah Mahfoud Rooney is fighting. Is Mafud a pay-per-view, Morton? No, it's not. It is not. So this fight is airing live on DAZN. Okay, so let's get into the commentary here, guys, because we're kind of just killing time at the moment. The first fight is Abraham Montoya against Mark Castro, and this fight is in the super featherweight division. It's the opener. It's a 10-rounder. After that, we have Sarah Mahfoud against Skye Nicolson coming up next. So that's going to be the second fight on this card. Mark Castro and Abraham Montoya first. Sarah Mahfoud, Skye Nicolson second. So it's not a pay-per-view. It's airing on DAZN. It's airing as part of your regular DAZN, the subscription. And that's coming up next. And then the main event, like I say, is scheduled to start around 10:30. So right now, we're just getting into the ring walks. We are just getting into the ring walks here. Montoya is making his way to the ring now. All right. So Montoya making his way to the ring now, guys. They certainly love having the tough, rugged Mexicans, as they like to, as they just describe them on the commentary on these cards. It's kind of like a matchroom formula where you put a prospect against a fighter from either Mexico, Argentina, or Eastern Europe. Pretty much, you can count every matchroom card to have about 5 or 6 of these fights. And I understand why they do it, but it always doesn't necessarily produce great results from an entertainment point of view. So let's see what happens, guys. Mark Castro's 11-0, by the way. So he's the prospect in this fight. He last fought back in November, by the way. So Mark Castro, he's fighting out of Fresno, California. And to be honest with you, I'm not convinced. And to be honest with you, I'm not convinced by him completely. I've seen him a couple of times. They're talking about on the commentary about him potentially becoming a world champion. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not completely sold at this point in time. There's a alphabet belt on the line here in this fight as well. But let's get into the action here, guys. Both fighters are now in the ring. Both fighters are waiting for David Diamante to read the introductions. We're going to get this one underway in just a matter of moments. They're just reading out the particulars, rather. Like I say, both fighters in their respective corners. Mark Castro versus Abraham Montoya. Let's go, guys. Let's go. And this card is taking place in Vegas, by the way, for those that don't know. And it's a 10-rounder. And then Sarah Mahfoud, Skye Nicolson, that's coming up next. And I think Skye Nicolson probably wins that fight, but we'll see. Hitchens is the main event. Hitchens and Lemos is the main event, Rooney. Pacheco versus, Pacheco is the co-main event. Austin, I have Skye Nicolson, Richardson Hitchens winning. I'm kind of counting Skye Nicolson as the co-main event, even though it's technically not, just because it's a world title fight. But I mean, I probably think all the favorites are going to win on this card. I think Castro's going to win. I think Pacheco's going to win. I think Galal Yafai is going to win. Skye Nicolson probably is going to win. And then I can't see Richardson Hitchens losing either. That's kind of boring. I'd like to say I see an upset here, but I'm going with all the favorites. What about you guys? KO for Hitchens? I will say, Austin, if you're talking about KO for Hitchens, Mr. TJ, good day. How are you doing? How are you doing, Mr. TJ? Yeah, so if we're going for Richardson Hitchens KO, I say yes, actually. And I know that might seem strange because his last performance was pretty slow, but I think he probably wants to get a stoppage here. He's only got a handful of stoppages in his 17 fights. I think he only has 6 or 7 stoppages. Not a lot. He's not a power puncher. I mean, his skills are his actual boxing skills, not his power punching. But I think here's a good chance he might actually get the KO in this fight, just because I think he's conscious of being labeled as another Shakur Stevenson, which is a boring fighter that wins, but nobody cares. And I say that respectfully. Shakur Stevenson's actually one of my favorites, but I'm aware of the fact that he's not very marketable. Mark Castro? Yes. In this one, I have Castro winning the fight. And I'm going to say probably by KO. Sorry, I thought we were talking about the main event. Mark Castro, I think, in this fight is going to win by KO. I appreciate that, Mr. TJ. Thank you. All right, guys. So we're going to get into round number 1 here on this fight. Probably there's a stoppage on the main card, John Kelso. Yeah, I think that could be the case. I think that if you're talking about the main event, I think there could be a stoppage. Okay. So here we go, guys. Mark Castro versus Abraham Montoya. This is a 10-rounder. So what's going on? Round 1 is underway, just got underway. Castro in the blue, Montoya in the white with the green shorts. Castro in the blue and gold. Castro's on the back foot starting this opening round. He's boxing on the back foot, and he's trying to use his jab to establish some distance from Montoya. Montoya's just coming forward behind the high guard, and he's just looking to come and back Castro up against the ropes. But whenever he closes the distance, Castro's using good head movement. Now he's got Montoya backed against the ropes. Both fighters exchanging shots to the head now. Montoya gets Castro off of the ropes. Castro's using his jab, though. He's popping his jab straight into the face of Montoya. Montoya's trying to dig to the body now, but it's Castro who's doing the better work. You can tell that he's the prospect in this fight straight away. Even if you've never seen him before, you can tell that he's the prospect just because of the way that his movement and his punches looks a little bit crisper in this fight, to be honest with you. Let's get into the fight, guys. Fidel will win. Yeah, unfortunately, guys, I can't actually show the fight footage on the card. Jasmine, I apologize, but that is not possible on YouTube. Well, it is possible, and then I will get my channel banned. So unfortunately, I can't. I'm not going to do that. But Castro's being pushed onto the back foot here. He's being pushed to the back foot, but he's countering Montoya very effectively here. So even though he's on the back foot, he's really doing it deliberately in order to find the opening that he's looking for to land his counter shots. He's basically landing at will on the body and to the head of Montoya. The body and then the head with these straight right hands and these jabs. Montoya's coming, keep walking into these counters, and that's what he's been doing so far. Montoya just walking into these counters at the moment, and unfortunately, he's a little bit too brave for his own good here. There's not enough body and head movement here. Montoya's jab as well, it's not sharp enough to cause Castro any problems. It's not sharp enough to really keep him off Montoya. So as a result, Castro, he's using good boxing, good foot movement, good head movement, getting off some hooks, some uppercuts, basically just using his ring generalship to control the action, even though he's doing it on the back foot. He's eating some body shots right now, and both guys getting in an exchange in the center of the ring to end the fight. But I think that was a Castro round. He did the better work there. Looking pretty good. Castro should win. Yeah, I agree. You saw one of them hit the other on the head. Brian, super featherweight. Yeah. No, it's pretty good so far, actually. So, in terms of Skye, so by the way, we're in between round 1 and 2 here, guys. But in terms of Skye, she's going to be on next after this one. That's what they said earlier on. So Castro against Montoya. But yeah, it's been an action-packed fight so far for sure, guys. It's been an action-packed one for sure. All right, guys, round number 2 is getting underway. Castro comes out straight away and tries to establish control of the center of the ring. He's being more free to exchange with Montoya than he was in the last round. Montoya coming forward now. Castro's getting backed up on the back foot. But like I say, that's part of his game plan. He's trying to control the action from the outside. Montoya backs Castro up against the ropes. Castro is attacking to the body now. He's really landing some body shots on Montoya. He's got Montoya up against the ropes. Now he's going up top to the head. Montoya's trying to cover up. Castro's backing up, but Montoya's just following him around the ring. Montoya just following Castro. He's not really moving his head at all or his body. Looks like he landed a punch below the belt there. Montoya did, but Castro just keeps firing back. Castro is doing some serious work to both the body and the head of Montoya. Castro looking very slick here, guys, to start the second round. Montoya trying to go for some uppercuts. Castro, it's just his jab. It's popping the head of Montoya back. Big right hand from Castro. It lands on the gloves of Montoya. Montoya got Castro backed into the corner, but Castro's footwork is far superior at this point. He's got much better footwork than Montoya, and he's using that to make it very hard to find him. I agree, Mr. TJ. Castro looks much better. Where do I see these two fighters in the division? I think Castro has potential, but I'm not 100% convinced yet that he's going to be a top world champion, truthfully. Montoya, I mean, Montoya is essentially, I don't want to say a journeyman, but he's probably just a slight level above a journeyman, really. Castro is definitely a prospect, but I'm not 100% convinced that he has already shown enough to be a world champion, if I'm being honest. But we'll see. And when I say world champion, I mean like the #1 guy in the division. I'm not necessarily talking about just picking up any belt. All right, guys. Round number 2 is coming to a close here. We've got 20 seconds left in this round. Montoya, he's very brave. I will give him that. 10 seconds left in the round. Montoya is just coming forward. Like I say, you can tell that he's more of the journeyman in this fight as opposed to the prospect. But he is showing admirable bravery to just keep coming forward, eating some big shots. If you guys aren't watching the fight, Montoya ate a lot of body shots, and he took some head punches as well that really rocked his head back. But he kept coming forward. And that was admirable of him. He didn't quit. I'll give him that. But yeah, as far as where I see both of these two guys, Mr. TJ, I think Castro is the prospect who I think he has the potential to go on and pick up a belt. I will say that. But in terms of whether he can be the top guy, I'm not sure. Now, super featherweight is not the strongest division in the world. I mean, you probably Navarrete, Cordina, and Foster, I would think probably all beat Castro, in my opinion. At this point in time is what I mean. I agree. It is a big advantage being fast on your feet. So round number 3 is getting underway, guys. Castro again coming on the front foot now. He's really trying to back Montoya up against the ropes. It's that body work from Castro, which is being very effective. He's hitting Montoya with the jab. The jab is making Montoya vulnerable to the body. The jab is opening up the right hand as well. And you can tell that Montoya is fatiguing. As Montoya fatigues, he was coming out in the earlier rounds behind the high guard. And now you're seeing his high guard drop just a little bit more. And that's due to a combination of fatigue, but also the fact that Montoya is having to deal with shots to both the head and the body. And he's not really moving his feet, his body, or his head. So that means the only way he can block these punches is to try and move his gloves up and down. And he has the slower hands and the slower feet. So the result is Castro is able to pick his shots to head and body, alternate his shots, and he's able to just land a lot of volume on Montoya. I'm not 100% sure who Castro is. Yeah, I do. I expect that from Montoya. That's right, Mr. TG. I do expect that. But Montoya is eating punches and still coming forward, okay? To be honest with you, he's a tough guy. Now the referee is actually warning Castro to keep the punches up. There wasn't a major low blow, but the referee's warning him to keep the punches up. Montoya coming forward and just eating more and more shots. Like I say, Castro's pretty much just landing at will here, guys. And the biggest problem is that Montoya is just not moving enough. I guess you could truthfully say that he is a little bit like a less skilled Navarrete in the sense that he walks forward in straight lines and just tries to trade punches with a very good chin, which Montoya does have. And yeah, he's basically a less skilled Navarrete in the sense that he's never been stopped in his career, has a very good chin, but he does very poor defense. So that's basically Montoya's skill set in a nutshell. And he's walking forward relentlessly on Castro, using his jab to push Castro's head back, but his accuracy is suffering. Castro's able to use that jab, pop that jab from the outside, and Montoya, to his credit, hasn't really decreased his volume as much as he could have given the amount of punches that he's taken. He tries to go to the body, come upstairs with a hook there. Montoya is missing and landing probably with equal frequency. As round 3 comes to a close, guys, it's very hard to argue that Castro is anything other than 3 rounds up at this point. Does anybody have any chance that Canelo gets upset, by the way, in his fight with Jaime Munguia? Is there anybody? Because the reason why I ask that is because they're advertising, and I'm just curious. Is there anybody actually out there who thinks that Canelo is going to get upset in this fight? And the reason why I bring that up is because I really, really would like to get excited about Canelo fights, but I just find it hard because it's been a long time since there was a Canelo fight that I actually thought there was a realistic chance he was going to lose. And I know it's his career. He can do whatever he wants, but given that he's the biggest star in boxing, arguably, it would be nice to actually feel a sense of excitement when his fights are coming up, basically, instead of, yeah, I'll watch it, but I'm pretty much 99% sure I know who's going to win, which is a shame. So anyway, guys, round number 4 is getting underway. Mark Castro and Abraham Montoya. Montoya, I have to imagine, is trying to simply survive to the 10th round here because he's just walking forward relentlessly. And I think because he has such a strong chin, he probably feels like he can just trade shot for shot, try and catch Castro with something, and if not, then at least have a moral victory of surviving to the end of the fight. Now, from Castro's point of view, it doesn't seem like he's really trying for the KO here. It looks like Castro is so far content to just control the action from the outside. Like I say, use his jab, go to the body, alternate back and forth between the two. Control the action. Very good ring generalship from Castro in the sense that he's not just getting suckered into inside exchanges. Castro's being smart. It's not exciting, but he is being smart because his opponent is just walking straight towards him. And Castro could very easily decide to get in the center of the ring and exchange. And that would be right in Montoya's domain, right in Montoya's area where he's going to be the most effective. But it would also mean that Castro was actually engaging in a more entertaining fight. And the crowd would certainly, I think, respond well to that because the crowd is pretty dead here, if I'm being honest. The fight is not super exciting. And Castro on the back foot, like I say, he's dominating the rounds, but he is also getting hit in this exchange here when he comes forward. He ate a hook. He ate an uppercut. Now he's eating some jabs from Castro. So you can see why Montoya now, he's trying to, or rather Castro rather, is trying to establish his jab again and stay on the outside. But Montoya's not really giving him any space to breathe. Both guys are trading jabs right now back and forth. Montoya coming forward, eating jabs, responding with a hook to the body from Castro, or on Castro. Castro with a straight left to the body. Straight left lands right in the chest of Montoya. Montoya coming forward, eating shots on the chin, but he's willing to land, or rather take 2-3 shots to land 2 or 3 of his own. Montoya does have power as well. Montoya has got the power to potentially cause Castro some problems here. Castro, on the other hand, doesn't look like he's really sitting down on his shots here. Both guys are now on the inside, trading back and forth. Castro could sit down on his punches a little bit more, in my opinion, as he backs Montoya up against the ropes. He hit him with a big 1-2 on the chin, but it didn't seem to do a lot of damage, and it's actually Montoya who's backing Castro up now as the 4th round comes to a close. Now, you could arguably have given that round to Montoya, truthfully. It was definitely his best round of the fight. Munguia camp are confident. Well, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. I still don't think they're going to win the fight. I'll be completely honest. Montoya won the round. Yeah, I think maybe he does. Hopefully Lemos upsets Richardson Hitchens. Yeah, that would be neat. I would be happy if that happened. It's nothing against Richardson Hitchens, but I would not be against having that happen. All right, guys. You got it by decision, Austin? I think there could be a stoppage in this fight, given the fact that Montoya is getting hit a lot. It just doesn't seem like Castro is sitting on his shots enough. It doesn't seem like he's really got the power to do significant damage to Montoya. Okay, guys, so we're underway in round number 5. Round number 5 again sees the same scenario that we've opened pretty much every other round with, which is Montoya. He walks forward, and Castro tries to establish control of the ring from the back foot with his jab. But Castro just doesn't look like he's really keen to get a stoppage in this fight. Basically there, he just landed a combination to the head and body, and then he backs off. He backs off and just keeps the distance, which is smart, but it's not exciting. Big right hand straight down the pipe from Castro. I will say this. My concern with Castro watching this fight, and I kind of had the same concern before, is that if he fights Navarrete in this style, I think he's going to have some problems. Because the thing with Navarrete is that if he can just walk through your punches, you are going to have problems, even if you are a very skilled amateur, a very skilled professional. If you can't stop that guy from just walking forward relentlessly, you are going to have problems. And Montoya is a poor man's Navarrete. A very strong chin, the ability to trade punches for punches. So Castro needs to develop some more power here, guys. His footwork is fine. His hand speed is pretty decent. But Montoya is doing well here, and this could potentially be another Montoya round, if I'm being honest. He's coming back now after, I think, losing the first 3 rounds. In round number 5, Montoya might actually be swinging this one in his favor, just by virtue of the fact that his shots are arguably more effective looking. And he's also used his jab a lot more effectively in this round as well. And Castro is lunging in and getting caught with the uppercut of Montoya as well. So Montoya doing a better job in this round than he did in the first 3. 30 seconds left in round number 5, guys. Montoya and Castro exchanging shots in the center of the ring. Montoya and Castro exchanging shots in the center of the ring. Who do you guys have winning this round? 20 seconds left now. Castro unloading on Montoya, or rather Montoya unloading on Castro. Jab from Castro now off the back foot. Double jab from Montoya. Castro may get caught. You were absolutely right, Mr. TJ. He's trying to exchange, and there is a chance from doing that he might get caught. So he does have to be careful. And I agree, Mr. TJ, as well. That was a Mr. TJ round. I agree with Mr. TJ. That was a Montoya round as well. So now in my scorecard, the fight is actually 3 rounds to 2. And see, this is my thing with Castro when it comes to him being a potential challenger for the world titles. If he can't handle, or rather any world title, if he can't handle Montoya, I think he's going to struggle against Navarrete. Not super impressed on the whole with his performance from Castro. I have to be honest. Yeah, Oscar. Well, Oscar and Canelo had a falling out, right? Because Oscar was Canelo's promoter for a while, and they had a falling out. And I think Oscar probably is rooting for Munguia to win this fight. I don't know that for a fact, but I'm just speculating. He's probably rooting for... Yeah, Mr. TJ, you might be right. He might not have knockout ability, and that's going to be a problem because his foot movement is good, but it's not great, if I'm being honest. So round number 6 is underway. And when I say great, I mean it's not probably... Well, it's not Shakur Stevenson level. Let's put it that way. All right, guys. Round number 6 is underway. Another decent opening to this round from Montoya so far. It's really been the jab of Montoya that he's established a lot better in these rounds that he's been winning. He's done a much better job of establishing the jab in this round and the preceding 2 rounds than he did in the first 3. Jabs being exchanged from both fighters. Montoya trying to go to the head. Castro trying to go to the body. Montoya now catching Castro with a couple of combinations to the head. Castro needs to be careful giving up too many rounds, and suddenly he finds himself in a close fight. Montoya coming forward. Castro using his jab, but Montoya firing straight back. It's becoming a close fight, guys. Montoya traps Castro up against the ropes. Castro decides to try and fight his way out of the position instead of using his foot movement just to get out of range. The volume is dropping from Castro as well. But he's got Montoya now trapped against the ropes, but Montoya fights his way out of the position. Both guys now exchanging shots in the center of the ring. And Montoya, his head must be made of bricks because he took a lot of shots there and it didn't affect him at all. He just took a big right hook. He has a very, very strong chin, Montoya. Castro hits Montoya to both the body and then he goes upstairs to the head, but Montoya just keeps coming forward with that jab. Castro looks like he's struggling at the moment to keep Montoya. Well, he is struggling to keep Montoya off him. Castro is just getting walked down at this point. Abraham Montoya is effectively here to lose this fight to Castro, who's the prospect, so that Castro can improve to 12-0. And I think ideally from the promotion's point of view, Castro gets the stoppage. But the way it's going, this could be a 3-3 round fight after 6 rounds, which is not, I think, what's supposed to be happening here, in all honesty. Montoya coming forward, using his jab now. 12 seconds left in the round. Castro counters with a hook. Montoya with a hook of his own to the body of Castro. Now both guys exchanging jabs. Castro tries to go to the body to end the 6th round. Wasn't in a big power punch, but both men are going to make it back to their corner. And I think that was another Montoya round, honestly. How did you guys score that? Austin, I have Galal Yafai winning that fight, and I have him winning comfortably. I think Galal Yafai is a very good prospect. I rate his skills very highly, and I think he's going to win that one comfortably, in my opinion. And I think as well, you have to think about it from using what I like to call the matchroom model. The matchroom prospect almost always defeats the fighter from Argentina, Mexico, or Eastern Europe. And so you have that same situation here. And the reality is Galal Yafai, it's not a guarantee that he wins this fight, but they didn't fly him all the way out to Vegas, put him up against an Argentinian journeyman, only to have him lose this fight. So Galal Yafai is going to win this fight comfortably, in my opinion. And I do think he is a good prospect, but I don't think he's going to be presented with much of a challenge in this one, if I'm being completely honest. Diana, how are you doing? I have Skye Nicolson winning against Sarah Mahfoud. I think Skye Nicolson is a decent fighter, but I think she would have probably had a real tough fight against Amanda Serrano. And I don't think she probably would have won that one, honestly. Now, we won't know because Skye's been very confident, actually, that she feels like she would have given Amanda Serrano a tough fight. Does anyone in the chat actually feel that Skye against Amanda Serrano would have been competitive? I've never seen Skye fight live. I've seen Amanda Serrano fight live, though, and I've seen Skye a bunch of times on TV. Skye's last fight, unfortunately, if you guys remember, was a sad affair because the husband and trainer of her opponent, whose name was Diego Arrua, unfortunately collapsed at ringside at the end of the fight and actually died. Sadly, tragically, he actually died in hospital after the fight. That was in Mexico in back September, October time. And that was how Skye became the #1 contender for Amanda Serrano's title. And then Amanda Serrano vacated it because the WBC wouldn't sanction her to fight 3-minute rounds. And that's how we ended up here. But I think Skye is going to win this fight, guys. What are your guys' thoughts, by the way, on the WBC wouldn't sanction her to fight 3-minute rounds? And that's how we ended up here. But I think Skye is going to win this fight, guys. What are your guys' thoughts, by the way, on the WBC not sanctioning the 3-minute rounds for women? Do you guys not care either way? Do you prefer the 3-minute rounds? Do you prefer 2-minute rounds? What do you guys think of the rounds in the women's fights, guys? 3 minutes, 2 minutes, or you don't care? Let me know in the chat. Brian, you have Mafud. Yeah, it was a very sad, Mr. TJ. Unfortunately, you actually saw him collapse on the TV broadcast, but you didn't learn until later how serious it had actually been. So it's a very sad situation. I believe, to his credit, Eddie Hearn actually did donate money to a gym that her and her husband, a boxing gym that her and her husband owned in Argentina. I believe Matchroom actually donated a bunch of money to that in order to keep it running and so forth. So credit to them for doing that. That was an honorable thing to do if that's true. At any rate, guys, we're in round number 7 here. And in my mind, this fight is actually drawn level at 6 rounds through 6 rounds at 3 rounds apiece here. And Castro, to be honest, needs to pick it up here because he's supposed to be the future world champion. He's the one that's the prospect, and he's getting worked over by Montoya now. Sometimes I think experience is underrated. Even if the guy you're facing has 5 losses, Montoya is using his attributes, which are not his foot movement or his body movement, but they are toughness, enough power to keep Castro honest, and pretty decent combinations. That could have been another Montoya round as well. How did you guys score round number 7? Bryce, I am going to stream the fight. I'm going to be doing commentary. Mr. TJ, no, you don't care. Okay. The women should be shorter rounds. I like the 2-minute rounds for women. I changed my mind on that. I said 3-minute rounds at first, but I actually like the 2-minute rounds. I think it's something different. In women's tennis, they do the same thing where they have a different structure compared with men's tennis. It's shorter. I actually like it. I think it also breaks the cards up. I think when you have women's fights that are 10 2-minute rounds, it makes the card flow a little bit faster, and it makes the action, I think, more exciting because you don't have time to waste in 2-minute rounds. It's a little bit more like an amateur fight in the sense that you got to try and get your work done quickly. You don't have time to just take rounds off. And I think sometimes in the men's divisions, especially when it's not a competitive fight, they can go on too long, honestly. Okay, guys. Round number 8 in what could actually be a close competitive fight when on paper it's not supposed to be. Mark Castro against Abraham Montoya. So I think Castro very possibly needs to win at least 2 out of the remaining 3 rounds in order to get a decision here. How we got Galal? Decision KO. I will say by KO for Galal. Mr. TJ, you have Castro winning this round. Okay. All right, guys. So what I'm thinking here is that if you guys, okay, so Castro, let's say Castro is winning this fight by 4 rounds to 3. In that case, he still needs to win at least 2 out of these 3 rounds to, I think, be confident of getting the decision here. And he's doing well here in round number 8. Got a lot of cash riding on Skye and Diego Pacheco. Okay, well, I think both of them are going to win. But we will see. But I'm pretty confident in both of those winning, Bryce. So I think you should be all right. Montoya now walking Castro down. Castro had a good opening to this round, but Montoya just keeps coming forward. And he managed to clip, or rather hit Castro with some big shots there. Montoya just missed with a hook. Castro using his jab now. Montoya coming forward. Both guys are tired. You can see that. The snap has kind of gone from both of their punches. Castro uses the jab. Comes through with the right hand. Montoya comes back with the jab. Castro's on the back foot, as he has been for most of the fight. Montoya walking forward and Castro countering, trying to use his hand speed to counter the punches from Montoya. All right, guys. 30 seconds left in the round. Castro trying to unload his best shots on Montoya to end the round, end the last 30 seconds. But Montoya, he's still on the front foot using the jab. Castro now needs to try and keep Montoya off him if he wants to win this round on the scorecards. All right, guys. Montoya coming forward still. Body shot. Straight right hand. But he eats a couple of shots and a body shot. He ate 3 punches clean from Castro. I'm going to give that round to Castro. So I would say there's 1 to 2 rounds separating them. Whoever wins the last 2 is going to put themselves in a strong position. But if you have Castro winning, Montoya probably at the very least needs to win these 2 rounds. Okay, guys. Anyone taking any upsets on this card? They're telling Montoya in his corner that he needs to pick it up. And I agree. I think he probably needs to win these last 2 rounds or get a knockdown at least. If he got a knockdown, I think that would help him out significantly. All right, that's pretty cool, Bryce. Lost big money when he lost. Yeah. Tim's team, unfortunately, I think didn't help either. I think Tim's team, in hindsight, should have probably been able to step in and get the fight stopped. And I think there was a little bit of maybe inexperience there that didn't help Tim out either. Because if the fight had been stopped before 4 rounds, then I think Tim would have at least kept the belt that he already had. And then after that, in my opinion, had it been stopped at any point after the 4th round, I think Tim probably would have lost the fight on points, because it was at that point after the cut that Fundura started to pick things up a little bit. But I agree. I think Tim's team should have stepped in and stopped the fight. So Montoya and Castro here. This is round number 9, guys. The penultimate round. Whew. It's been an interesting fight here, guys, because Castro has had a tougher night's work than I think he expected that he would. Montoya, when he just won't go down or go away, and you don't have huge punching power, then I think it creates a tough situation. Castro's got the footwork. He manages to pivot away from Montoya, but Montoya just keeps coming forward and lighting Castro up with shots. Castro firing back. We're getting an exchange of punches in the middle of the ring now. Montoya is an extremely tough fighter, and Castro doesn't want to exchange with him too much. That is true, actually. That is true. Tim was very brave. Possibly he was too brave for his own good, in my opinion. It was very admirable, and I think he deserves a ton of credit for fighting with a massive cut. But I think had the fight been stopped, he would have had his belt, and he would have had a much better chance of getting away from Vegas with his actual card, or rather with his belt intact. All right, guys. Round number 9 is about to conclude. Montoya, I think, is probably losing this round as Castro is using his better movement. Montoya is admirably tough. I will give him that. I will give him absolute credit for his toughness, but unfortunately, I think Castro, from Montoya's point of view, Castro is just pulling away a little bit here, guys. All right. Guys, who do you guys have winning this 9th round? There's been a cut opened up now as well. Yeah, the cut was absolutely massive. I agree, Bryce. Who do you guys have winning that last round, by the way? Who do you guys have winning that last round? For me, I think Montoya is going to lose this fight on points unless he gets at least a knockdown now. Anybody have Montoya up on the cards? Anybody? I don't think so. I think Montoya is losing this fight unless it goes the distance. Who do you guys want to see Tim fight next then? Do you guys want the rematch? Or does anybody actually want him to go straight into a fight with Errol Spence? Yeah, I agree, Trey. That was a great fight. And Pitbull against Rolly was a great fight too. And the whole card was pretty solid, honestly. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a great card. There are rumors that it didn't do great in terms of the number of buys on pay-per-view. I mean, I don't really care. I'm not making money off of it anyway. So from my point of view, it was just, was it an entertaining show? And I thought it absolutely was. Okay, guys, Montoya here. Montoya needs to get the stoppage here if he wants to win this fight. I don't think he's going to get it done because Castro's foot movement is just too good. Castro's foot movement is not world-beating, but it's better than Montoya's. Montoya here, he needs to have some sustained success. Round number 10, he's got 2 minutes left, in my opinion, to get the stoppage. Otherwise, he's going to probably lose this fight on the scorecards. Montoya gets a couple of clean punches landed on Castro there. Castro misses with the jab. Montoya comes back in with an overhand right. That misses as well. 1 minute and 55 seconds left in the fight, guys. Castro doubling up the jab. Another jab lands from Castro. Montoya fires back. Both guys exchanging blows in the center of the ring now. Montoya, like I've said 100 times in this fight, you've got to give him credit for being tough, but you also have to give Castro for being tough, credit for being tough as well. He's eaten some big haymakers too. And even though he's not just coming forward, he hasn't really dropped his output either. What do you guys think of Castro's performance? I don't think he's ready for Navarrete or any of the champions in this division yet, if I'm being honest. I understand he's probably only going to improve to 12-0 with this win. But on the main commentary, they were talking about him being a future world champion. I think he's a little bit of a ways away from that at this point. What do you guys think? Tim against Zarafa. The cut was intentional. I personally think I can see how people feel that way. From my point of view, I think if you look at the replay, it did look like Tim ducked his head accidentally into the elbow of Fundura. So I think that cut was accidental. I'll be honest. But I do see how people feel that it was intentional, and it was certainly a bad cut. There's no question it was a bad cut. Tim said in the post-fight interview that he couldn't see. He basically, everything was a blur. And the other thing is he'll be losing a lot of blood, which means his energy will have been sapped as well, which I didn't really think about as the fight was actually happening. Looks like a bunch of punches were landed there, guys. Round number 10 ended. The fight is over. Round number 10 ended, and Montoya ate a bunch of shots at the end. It looked like a couple of those actually landed after the bell. Mark Castro, I think he had a close few rounds in that fight, and I think there was a period of time where Montoya and Castro were level on the scorecards after 6 in my book. And then Castro pulled ahead, I think, in the end. He'll probably win this fight by 3, maybe even 4 rounds. But Montoya, I think, the commentary is saying that Montoya didn't win a single round. I personally disagree with that. I think Montoya won at least 3 rounds. But we will see when the cards are announced. Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney, guys. Anyone taking Ryan Garcia in that fight? Anybody taking Ryan Garcia in that fight? Personally, I think that would be a huge upset if Ryan Garcia actually wins. I know he has some skills, but does anybody actually think Ryan Garcia has a chance to win that fight? Because I do not. I do not think so at all. The other thing which is strange about that one is that, to the best of my knowledge, they haven't announced an undercard for that fight, or the card. It's at least it's not on BoxRec. Have they actually announced the undercard for that one yet? If they did, it must have only been in the last day or two, because I haven't seen the undercard for that one. So let me know, guys, in the chat if you've actually seen the undercard. Garcia had his good mate Canelo helping him. I think he probably would have been doing better if he was still in the Canelo camp, to be honest. Yep. I agree. Tim lost. I think as the fight played out in the ring, so Castro won the fight, by the way, guys, and he deserved to. But from Tim Tszyu, if we're talking about Tim Tszyu, he lost the fight on points as it actually played out in the ring, in my opinion. I actually scored Fundura every round between 4 and 10. So I thought Fundura actually won quite widely on the cards. But that was because Tim couldn't see, because the jab was only landing after Tim was blind, effectively. Heavy bag boxing? Crusoe? What do you mean by heavy bag boxing? I'm not sure what that means. I appreciate the comment, but just clarify. I'm not sure what that means. Haney by TKO. I think Haney actually stops Ryan Garcia. And you're right, Bryce. Tim was wiping the floor with him. The first 2 rounds were dominant Tim Tszyu rounds. But then after that, Fundura was the better fighter. Another channel. Oh, can I collaborate? Oh, sorry. I thought I read that as elaborate. I was confused. Okay, I apologize. I'm not actually familiar with heavy bag boxing. I'll have to check out his channel. Yeah, I would love to do some collabs with some other channels. I think that would be super fun. If that's something you guys would be interested in, I would love to reach out to some other channels and do some collabs because I think it's a great way to talk of boxing with people. And I think that would be really exciting. But I will check out heavy bag boxing. I'm not actually familiar with the channel. But I will check out the channel. So thank you for the tip. But I'm definitely want to do some. Excuse me. I definitely want to. So actually, I've just subscribed to heavy bag boxing. So I will check out some of the videos and stuff for sure. But yeah, guys, I'm super excited to see what happens with Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney because I think Devin Haney is one of, I think, the most underappreciated fighters in boxing in the sense that I think people don't rate him as highly as they should because of the comparisons with Floyd Mayweather. And I think that puts people off. But I think if you actually evaluate Devin Haney against the best guys that are around right now and not compare him to Floyd Mayweather or other defensively solid fighters, I really, really like Devin Haney. And I think he deserves more respect than he's getting. Even though realistically, as I've said with everybody else, I would like to see him against the best of the best. So I would have rather seen Devin Haney against Teofimo. By the way, guys, Sarah Mahfoud and Skye Nicolson is coming up next. So that is going to be the next fight on this card. Yeah, Tim was blind. And I think in hindsight also, and it's easy for me to say, watching the fight from the outside, that if Tim was to go back in the fight now with that cut, I feel like he would probably be a little bit more aggressive and not try and. So Mark Castro won that last fight, Austin Lovelace. Mark Castro won that last fight. He won that last fight, and it was not a bad performance, but it wasn't, I think, an amazing performance either, in my opinion. I didn't think it was an amazing performance. And like I said, while I was streaming, I don't think he's ready for Navarrete yet because Navarrete has a similar style to his opponent in this fight. And I don't think that based on that performance, I would really favor him to win that fight. And in fact, if anything, I think he would be a big underdog in that one. Tim did lose because he was blind. I mean, I agree with that. I think Fundura did better than he has done in previous fights, but I also think that he lost the fight, deservedly. But guys, we have just completed the first fight on the main card. We have just completed the first fight on the main card. We're now getting ready for what to me is really the co-main event on this card because it's a world title fight, which is Sarah Mahfoud against Skye Nicolson. And right now we're getting into some of the highlights of the Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia face-off. I think just basically to try and kill time before we get into the next fight on the card. But that's where we're up to, guys. So there's 4 fights remaining on this card. And like I say, we're leading up to Richardson Hitchens in the main event. All of the favorites on this card are going to win, I think. We will see. But I predict all 5 favorites on the main card probably going to win this one. It's not a super hard card to predict in my estimation. If you guys feel differently, let me know in the comments. But Tim should have prepared to fight Fundura. Well, I mean, in fairness, both fighters did take the fight on the same amount of short notice, right? So Tim took it and Fundura took it, and they both had 12 days notice or whatever it was. Now, in fairness, okay, I think that Fundura is probably one of the hardest fighters you can fight stylistically on late notice because that maybe there's an element of that, Mr. TJ, as well. Maybe there's an element of complacency because Tim was talking a lot before the fight about Crawford, Spence, Charlo, all these different guys. He was talking about all of those, and maybe he did get a little bit ahead of himself. Sergio, how are you doing? Sergio, I appreciate having you on the stream. I do think Hitchens probably going to win the fight, but I appreciate having you on, and who knows? We will see how it plays out. But thank you, Sergio, for the comment. Nicholson versus Mafud is about to start. Skye Nicolson is about to fight Sarah Mahfoud for the world title, which was vacated by Amanda Serrano. Okay, guys, this is the second fight on this card that I'm looking forward to the most. Apart from the main event, Skye has been very confident that she actually had a chance to beat Amanda Serrano, and I don't particularly agree that she would have at this point in time. I don't think she's shown enough where you can say that, I think, confidently. But let's see how it plays out here. She's got to get through Sarah Mahfoud in order to actually try and win this title. Mithrandir, how are you doing? You're not super invested in tonight's or Tim Zoo. I appreciate that, Mithrandir. Thank you. I appreciate you tuning in as always. Yeah, it's been a little bit of a slow week for boxing news. I have to be honest. Like the last fight card last weekend was super entertaining, but there's been a lot of nothing really this week as far as big news and even this card. Like it's hard to JYD. I appreciate you. Skye got this. Yeah, I like Skye, and I think she's gonna win this fight. I think Skye's gonna win. Skye's warming up in the background as well. The locker room looks like it's a hotel room. If you guys aren't actually watching the fight card itself, the locker room literally looks like a hotel room. It's not, but it looks like not a hotel room, a hotel lounge. Like it literally looks like they're warming up in the hotel lobby. They've got big sofas in the background. They've got like, I don't know. It doesn't look like a locker room. It literally looks like they're warming up in the hotel lobby. Are we talking about Parker calling out Dylan White? What do you guys think of that fight? I think like it's weird that because Parker's up here now and Dylan White's basically, down here as far as heavyweight rankings. But he wants to, I think, avenge that defeat. So the other thing is, I think from Parker's point of view, he probably now fancies himself to beat Dylan White pretty comprehensively. And so I think he probably sees that as a low risk, high reward fight for him. Sarah Mahfoud's locker room, for whatever it's worth, you can tell who is the preferred fighter here because Sarah Mahfoud's locker room looks much worse than Skye's. So you can see who kind of was being treated to the best locker room for whatever that's worth. But yeah, it's been a slow week for boxing, and Joseph Parker against Dylan White is not a fight I would be against seeing truthfully because Joseph Parker realistically isn't going to want to risk his world title shot now that he has with the WBO. Okay, guys. By the way, we're world title shot now that he has with the WBO. Okay, guys. By the way, we're getting into fight number 2 on this card. All right. JYD, Joyce Chisora. I don't know. I really don't want to see Derek Chisora in the ring anymore. I mean, it's a competitive fight, but I genuinely worry for Derek Chisora's health at this point. I don't think he probably is just. I mean, it's up to him and it's his life, but there comes a point where I don't think he should probably be in the ring anymore. I'm not really super happy with the idea of seeing another Derek Chisora fight at this point, to be honest. How are you guys feeling about that fight? Derek Chisora against Joe Joyce. Okay. At any rate, here we go, guys. I don't know if anybody is super invested in this card because the arena itself looks very empty. Skye Nicolson is making her way to the ring now. And she is they're asking Clarissa Shields, by the way, if she's buying into the Skye Nicolson hype train. I don't know if there really is a Skye Nicolson hype train. I don't think people are realistically expecting or, calling her one of the biggest names in the division. She's very marketable, but I think that it's a stretch to call it the Skye Nicolson hype train, if I'm being completely honest. I think that she is probably going to become a world champion in this fight, though. It's going to be interesting, though, because out of the 3 Australian fighters who were fighting last week, Tim Tszyu, Liam Wilson, and Michael Zarafa, I didn't think that Skye Nicolson was going to be the only one of the, well, I guess if you include her this weekend, I didn't think Skye Nicolson was going to be the only one of the 4 who has a chance to actually win, because all the other 3 lost. Tim Tszyu obviously being the most surprising. David Diamante now just giving the particulars in the ring tonight. Sarah Mahfoud and Skye Nicolson, they're both in the ring now, and we're just seconds away from the opening bell. Here we go, guys. Skye Nicolson in her corner with Bradley Skeet, her trainer. Sarah Mahfoud in the red corner. Skye Nicolson in the blue corner. Sarah Mahfoud looks nervous, I'll be honest. Steve Weisfeld, he was one of the judges for Tim Tszyu against Fundora. He was the one that scored the fight. I believe it was 116-112 to Fundora. Lemos crew is all at home. Hitchens crew all outside. Everyone waiting for the main fight. Yeah, that is possible. That is possible. Yeah, when is the 5 against 5 supposed to announce? I don't think they actually said. I think that they said there was going to be a press conference in London. But I don't know. Mr. TJ, you're not a fan of women's boxing in general. You're not the only one. I know Alex Krasik gave an interview a few months back, about 6 months ago, where he said the same thing. Alex Krasik, the manager or the promoter rather of Alexander Usyk, he said the same thing, that he wasn't a fan, isn't a fan of women's boxing in general, doesn't like it. And that's, it's not to everyone's taste. I can see that. I'll give anybody credit as well who can make these weights. I don't understand how anybody, man or women, can weigh in at 126 pounds, which is just me being silly. But seriously, like, it does take discipline. Rooney. All right, guys. You enjoy Sarah Ryan, JYD. I assume you're talking about Sandy Ryan. Sandy Ryan is, yeah, I like Sandy Ryan. Okay. Okay, guys. Referee giving the final instructions to both fighters. So who's taking Sarah Mahfoud in the chat? Who's taking Skye Nicolson? Who's going with Team Skye? Who's going with Team Sarah? Sarah, rather. We got 10 2-minute rounds coming up. Let's get into it, guys. Let's get into this one, guys. Skye Nicolson Skye Nicolson, Sarah Mahfoud. Let's get into it, guys. The main event of the card is coming up just in a little bit as well, in about an hour and 15 minutes time. But this is round number one, Skye Nicolson versus Sarah Mahfoud. Skye is looking very confident and concentrated. Sarah Mahfoud is on the back foot. Skye coming forward. Both women, by the way, wearing almost identical ring gear in black and gold. The only distinguishing feature between them is that Sarah Mahfoud is the one wearing the gold gloves, Skye wearing the black gloves. Otherwise, and the shoes are different color as well. But otherwise, both fighters dressed almost identically. Not a lot of volume being thrown. Skye pawing with the jab. Not a lot of snap on Skye's jab. More pawing with it. Okay, guys. Skye needs to come out here, I think, and be aggressive. She needs to try and impose her will on Sarah Mahfoud in this opening round. Skye's being very tentative. Sarah's not landing a ton of shots herself. Both ladies are being very cautious. Skye's fighting out of the southpaw stance as well, which I don't know if that's causing Sarah to be a little bit more hesitant. JYD, I think it does go 10 rather. I agree. Dylan needs to retire before he gets brain damage. I think he needs to retire because he's not in great shape, to be honest. And I agree. He doesn't need to just get KO'd anymore. The Tyson Fury fight, I think, should have been it for him. But he's back, and it will be interesting to see whether he gets any more big fights, because I don't know if promoters are going to trust him either, despite the fact that he's been cleared, at least in Texas, or got a license back in Texas or whatever. But the reality is, when you've had as many drug test violations as Dylan White has, especially because the last fight was a big Anthony Joshua card that got canceled at the last minute, I don't know if promoters are going to trust him to go on any of these big shows, but we will see. Skye Nicolson coming forward still here in the opening round, guys. She's using her jab. Sarah Mahfoud tried to throw some combinations there, but none of them landed. Sarah misses with the jab. Not a great round from either lady, if I'm being completely honest. The opening round was not spectacular from either one. Neither one of these ladies really set the world on fire here. Skye Nicholson's team in the corner is wearing a t-shirt which says Future Undisputed. So based on that standard, I don't think this performance so far is something that's going to be having Amanda Serrano shaking in her boots, if I'm being completely honest. Mafud win by TKO. Yeah, that wasn't a great round, guys. Parker beats Dylan White now, by the way, guys, for sure. I don't think there's much question about that. The only doubt is that in heavyweight boxing, it's a cliche, but it's also true. There's always a chance for an upset just because of the size and the punching power involved. But round number 2 is getting underway, guys. I'm going to be honest, that first round was not great. But round number 2 is getting underway. Sarah comes out swinging and missing to start the round. Skye looking to find her range with the jab. Sarah looking to find her range with the jab. Sarah is not committing at all to using the jab to actually hit Skye. She's just leaning in with it from the outside, and it's very, very far out of range. Now, Sarah coming forward. Skye using her jab and then coming with that straight left hand. Only the straight left landed. For saying this is a 2-minute round, neither lady is really putting her foot on the gas pedal, if I'm being honest. I agree with you. Serrano would destroy Skye based on this performance. If you put Amanda Serrano, let's say, who fought Katie Taylor in the ring against Skye Nicolson based on this performance, I don't think that fight goes 5 rounds based on this. Sarah Mahfoud using her jab, but she's just not landing it, guys. Sarah Mahfoud tries to swing with both a jab and a right hand, windmilling shots. Neither of them landed. Skye misses with the jab. Sarah lands on the chest of Skye, kind of in the shoulder area, upper chest, shoulder area. Sarah comes back, trying to counter a shot that landed from Skye. Sarah's just really, really struggling to close the distance here, but this has been a very, very low activity round from both ladies. To be honest with you, it almost reminds me a little bit of Derek Lewis against Francis Ngannou in the UFC. If you guys have ever seen that fight, neither guy wanted to engage at all. And it's obviously a completely different scale of punching power in this fight, but it's reminiscent of that in the sense that neither lady is exchanging at all, even as 10 seconds are left in round number 2, and neither lady wants to exchange. at all. They're going to end the round in the clinch. Sarah Mahfoud sort of lunged forward and landed a straight punch, and they kind of just ended the fight in the clinch. Who do you guys have winning through 2 rounds? Honestly, not a great performance from either lady. And the way it's going, I don't think either of them can be hugely, hugely upset if they don't get the decision. Because, I mean, it's kind of hard for the judges to call. Skye may be barely winning these rounds, but she's not looking great either. From my point of view, Skye's probably slightly edging these rounds just because Sarah is lunging from the outside and just really not landing anything. All right, guys. You think Mafud won the second round, Brian? Okay. Skye just unfortunately does not have a lot of punching power, and Sarah Mahfoud doesn't either. But Skye really, really lacks punching power. And Sarah Mahfoud is not, I think, putting enough pressure on her, because otherwise Skye would be in danger of losing these rounds. But I don't know. We'll see how this fight plays out. Round number 3, guys. Not a thriller so far. Skye Nicolson looking very tentative out of her southpaw stance. Sarah Mahfoud trying to walk her down. Sarah now is on the back foot. Both ladies taking turns on the front foot and on the back foot. You're not watching the fight, Mr. TJ. Well, I'm going to be honest, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but there has been very little fighting actually going on in this one. There has been very few punches actually being landed, truthfully. Skye with a, I was about to say Skye, but it was actually Sarah with a right hand, which landed there. Skye from the outside using the jab. The thing with this fight is that, unfortunately, it's not a true world title fight because the champion isn't really actually involved, which is Amanda Serrano. The only reason this fight is a world title fight is because Amanda Serrano vacated this belt rather than fight for it under 2-minute rounds that the WBC wanted. Other than that, this fight would be not happening. Rooney, it is honestly a little bit mystifying, truthfully, how this is a world title fight. And I'm trying my best to be fair and say that, you know, they're in the ring and they are actually working hard. But it is difficult to see this as a world title fight because there just has not been enough actual boxing going on in this one, if I'm going to be completely honest. Round number 3 is underway, over rather. It's another tough round to score because both ladies, I believe Skye's corner just told her that she's up 3 rounds, but I think it's hard to be sure of that if I'm being completely honest. Skye's trainer is telling her that she had a good round, that she can work Sarah Mahfoud to the body. Bryce, I don't have the exact stats. The overall impression I have from watching it without counting the individual punches is that Skye has probably landed slightly more punches than Sarah overall through 3 rounds, but neither lady has actually connected. The majority of the punches, I think, in each round are just simply not reaching the targets, truthfully. The bell sounds to start round number 4. Immediately, almost on cue, Sarah Mahfoud comes out and misses with a right hand, trying to use that jab. But Skye, because she's fighting out of the southpaw stance, is giving Sarah problems. Tim got given a world title belt. That is true. He did. He did technically get given a world title belt. Now, he never beat Charlo. That is true. Sarah Mahfoud coming forward now. Skye trying to use her jab, but these punches are not landing. So Skye's jab is missing there, guys. Sarah's jab is missing. Skye, she's just popping her jab out there, but it's not actually landing. Sarah Mahfoud misses with her own jab. The commentators are almost discussing the fight as though these jabs from Skye, which are missing, are actually landing, but they're not. They're saying that Sarah is having a hard time getting past the jab of Skye, but Skye's jab is not actually landing. Gym class, probably my guess would be Skye is winning, but it's really hard to tell. Skye's controlling the body language in the sense that it does have the appearance that Skye is kind of using her jab to keep Sarah Mahfoud on the outside. But if you actually look at the punches that are landing, very, very few punches are actually landing from either guy. Sarah Mahfoud, or either lady rather, Sarah Mahfoud is trying to close the distance, but she's just landing very few punches. And I'm not sure what the commentators, to be honest with you, are being fair when they're describing the action and saying that there's been a great selection of punches thrown here. There really hasn't. So that could possibly be another one round for Skye. I think that there's been a little bit too much chasing her around the ring from Sarah Mahfoud. But not a spectacular round once again from either lady. Skye is probably up on the scorecards now through 4. But it's really nothing to write home about at this point. Sarah needs to apply more pressure here. I think she needs to apply more pressure, but actually be able to close the distance. If Sarah can close the distance, the commentary sees a different fight to me, JYD. I assume you're talking about the DAZN commentary. It's true. I sometimes listen to the commentary on TV and I feel like I'm watching something different to what they're watching. But watching this fight, the impression I get is that neither lady is dominating and that neither lady is actually landing very many shots. But the commentators are talking as though Skye Nicolson is something exceptional and it's a dominant performance from her. And Brendan is winning at this point. Well, I appreciate that, Rooney. All right, guys. Round number 5 is underway here. Sarah Mahfoud is almost gifting the fight to Skye in the sense that Sarah is just not landing any punches. And Skye's jab, realistically, is not good. It's very pawing. It's not a stiff jab. You have me on mute, JYD. Well, I appreciate it anyway. I appreciate you tuning in regardless. But guys, Sarah Mahfoud just has the ability to close the distance on Skye Nicolson, but she's just not wanting to commit to come forward enough to actually score points and actually change the trajectory of this fight. Skye Nicolson here is using her back foot skills to actually keep Skye on, or rather, Skye is using her back foot skills to keep Sarah at ring, completely honest, because Sarah Mahfoud could come forward and close the distance, but she has landed very, very few punches in this round. And Skye Nicolson, on the other hand, is using that jab and the occasional left hand out of the southpaw stance to actually cause Sarah a little bit of problems. But it's very, very, very mild action, truthfully. How do you guys have the fight scored at this point if you guys are watching it? I'm trying my best to make this an entertaining fight, but I'm struggling, truthfully, guys, because I think even the crowd here is predominantly to see the main event. And this one here, like, there are some because people are debating in the comments, you know, women's boxing, the pros and cons of women's boxing, whether it's good, whether not a great advertisement for women's boxing. I'm going to be blunt about that. We've seen some very, very good women's fights. Even Sandy Ryan's performance, I think, from a couple of weeks back was a very good performance against Terry Harper. But this is not a great advertisement for women's boxing. It was another thrilling round, JYD. I agree. All right, guys. Round number 6 is underway here. Skye Nicolson and Sarah Mahfoud for the WBC vacant title. Sarah's on the outside, just trying to find an opening where she can get past Skye's jab. It's that southpaw jab of Skye Nicolson, which is causing Sarah problems, making it harder for Sarah to close the distance. The commentary on TV is, like I say, making this out to be a dominant performance from Skye. When, if I'm being honest, it's more the case that Sarah is doing very, very little to actually try and win this fight. I don't want to be disrespectful and say she's not trying to win. What I mean is she's not landing any punches. Objectively, she's not landing any punches. And it's not because Skye is using exceptional footwork. It's not because she's Lomachenko. Frankly, it's not because she's Amanda Serrano or Katie Taylor. It's just that Skye Nicolson is landing a few more jabs and the odd straight left hand out of the southpaw stance. And Sarah Mahfoud just cannot find her range at all. Body shot lands from Skye there. Skye lands with another jab. Another double jab lands from Skye Nicolson. Action taking place in the center of the ring. Skye looking to just control the action with that jab. Again, it connects. Mafud comes back to the body and it does not land. Straight right lands from Sarah Mahfoud. Skye Nicolson probably heading towards a world title victory in this fight. Using that jab. It does show you, though, that southpaw fighters, especially against opponents who are relatively inexperienced, I think, have an inherent advantage just because it's a very awkward style, or rather stance, to get past if you're not used to dealing with it. And it looks to me like Sarah Mahfoud is not used to dealing with southpaws. So the fight, such as it is almost headed to the cards. I think it's very, very, very unlikely that we're going to get a knockout in this one. I think that would be exceptionally unlikely to happen at this point. I think that's exceptionally unlikely, if I'm being completely honest, guys. Skye Nicolson now on the verge of winning a world title. She's got 4 rounds to go. Sarah Mahfoud probably needs a knockout here. Round number 7 is underway. Sarah Mahfoud is being pushed onto the back foot here. She just can't get that jab going, and she can't get the straight right hand going. None of these punches are landing. I'd be interested to see the punch stats, but I genuinely don't think Sarah Mahfoud is landing more than about 5 punches a round on Skye Nicolson at this point. It's really been that poor, basically, in terms of the accuracy. So, guys, the TV scorecard has Skye Nicolson winning every round, and I think that's probably pretty close to what we're going to get on the scorecards at the end of the judges. But what's kind of frustrating me is the way that the TV commentary is saying that this is a brilliant performance from Skye Nicolson, and it's really quite far away from being a brilliant performance from either lady, if I'm being completely honest, guys. So Skye Nicolson has her hands down quite low now, and she's trying to lure Sarah Mahfoud to come forward so that Skye can counter. Skye lands a big left to the body of Sarah. Mahfoud is in the center of the ring with her hands up high. Skye now is popping that jab out. Skye's punches don't have a lot of snap to them, but that jab in the right hand did come through and connect with Sarah. Sarah Mahfoud on the back foot with very, very little offense coming forward here. There she tries to throw a right hand. It misses. Skye connects with a hook and another hook. And we are headed to round number 8, guys. 3 more rounds left in this one. I don't think we're going to get a knockout in this fight. All right, guys, let me catch up on some of the comments here. Skye is winning, Bryce. I think she is winning comfortably. Rooney, it is a very mild fight. It is. And yes, it's true. I think there's probably been bigger fights on a night out on Friday and Saturday in many UK town centers across the country. Probably there is more action in some of those clubs and bars tonight than there is in the ring here in Vegas. I don't disagree with that. How would I rate this fight as a world title, Mr. TJ? I will be completely honest, and I would say it's probably about a 3. And I don't mean that to be derogatory. Like, I really hate criticizing the fighters who are actually putting their time and effort into this, but in a purely realistic assessment of the skills, this fight is probably a 3 or a 4 out of 10, if I'm being completely honest. Jago, Skye is winning the fight on the cards. Skye by points. And you're right, JYD. There are no winners in this one. Adam Hurley never bet on a knockout in a women's fight, especially, truthfully, involving these two ladies. And I think Skye Nicolson is probably one of the most notoriously not heavy punchers, basically. Whatever you want to say is the opposite of a heavy puncher. But Skye is probably the opposite of that, if I'm being completely honest. Okay, guys. Skye Nicolson is coasting here to a scorecard victory in the 8th round. She is going to become a world champion. And good for her for doing that, because she could have collected this title on paper, I believe. I believe they could have just given her, they gave her the option to simply claim this title as an email champion. And she actually refused the option to do that. So she does deserve credit for doing that. She's now luring Sarah Mahfoud forward on the back foot. They actually just compared this fight to Roy Jones Jr. Sandy Ryan is capable of the knockout. That's true. Sandy Ryan did get a very impressive stoppage in her last fight. All right, guys. 9 rounds, or rather round 9, coming up next. Sarah Mahfoud, Skye Nicolson, and Sarah Mahfoud almost certainly needs a stoppage in this fight in order to actually have any chance of pulling out the victory here in this one, guys. In order to win this fight, Sarah Mahfoud almost certainly needs to get a stoppage here. Skye is going to win the world title. Her trainer, Skye's trainer, is telling her just to stay concentrated for the last 2 rounds. And it is true. If she stays concentrated, stays switched on, she is going to become a world champion here, guys. So round number 9, Skye Nicolson and Sarah Mahfoud. Sarah Mahfoud trying her best to change the trajectory of this fight. Round number 9 is underway. Oh, okay. A right hand almost landed there from Sarah. Skye's being a bit more aggressive here. I think she's actually trying to at least do something at the end of the fight. Sarah Mahfoud now needs to give everything she has to try and get this fight stopped. If she wants to have any chance of winning the world title, she needs to come forward and go for broke here, because she has 3 minutes to be able to get something done and get a stoppage. Skye doesn't have a mark on her face right now, and she's smiling because I think she knows she's going to win this fight. The crowd is not really responding to this well at all. Amanda Serrano, with all respect, I think, would have had Skye Nicolson out of here within 5 rounds. And I'm going to be completely honest about that. Lemos versus Hitchens is a good fight. Would I feel comfortable boxing any of these two women? No, I mean, of course not. I wouldn't. Because I mean, firstly, I'm not going to hit a woman. And second of all, I mean, the reality is that I'm 6'4" and I weigh over 200 pounds. And even though I'm not a boxer, like Skye is almost half my size, pretty much, like a foot shorter than me, and weight wise, like almost 100 pounds lighter. So no. If they both chased me in a life or death situation, no, I still wouldn't really want to hit a woman, truthfully, to be honest with you. Oh, you'd put your beer down and you're not a fighter. Yeah, I mean, I would rather run away than actually have to fight them, truthfully. Lemos for the upset tonight. A lot of hype around Hitchens, a lot of big talk. Yeah, the thing with Hitchens is that he's got a lot of skills. He's just not entertaining. I'm going to be honest as well. The way this card was put together, guys, truthfully, it's kind of weird because there's not really been an entertaining fight on the card so far, if I'm being completely honest. Like, it's kind of the opposite of the one last week where you had entertaining fight after entertaining fight after entertaining fight. Like, there wasn't a bad fight on last week's card. I'm talking about the Tim Tszyu card, but there wasn't really a bad fight on that card. And on this one, it's been pretty dire so far. Well, Ronda Rousey, I do believe she had a criminal conviction, or she was in some kind of trouble, was she not, for beating up her boyfriend, if I remember correctly. I think Ronda Rousey had some kind of criminal situation, where the police were called because she was beating up her boyfriend or something of that nature. I believe. Okay. Your cash out has been suspended now, Bryce. Okay. I mean, so we've got a minute left. Let me call the fight properly, such as it is. The truth is, there's really not much action to describe to you guys. But we have the 10th round about to end. We're halfway through round number 10. Guys. Fabio Wardley versus Fraser Clark. What a fight that was. That was amazing. Fraser Clark really did a lot better than I thought he was going to do, guys. How did you guys in the chat? How did you guys have that fight scored? So I thought Fraser won that fight on points. I thought Fraser won. He couldn't even stand up at the end of the fight. I think if he'd just been a little bit more, yeah, it is, Rooney. I agree. It is. I agree. It is more entertaining than the chat. How did you guys, than the fight rather? How did you guys have Fraser and Fabio? I had Fraser Clark actually winning that fight. And like I say, he couldn't even stand up at the end. So I think if he had just been a little bit better condition, he would have beat Fabio Wardley. And I did not expect that to happen. Skye is just dancing around the ring now. She's doing her Ben Whitaker impersonation here. And I think it's disrespectful. I criticize Ben Whitaker for doing this. Skye is backstepping around the ring here. And I think it's quite disrespectful, truthfully, when Skye has not set the world alight with her performance here. And now she actually tries to go into the corner of Sarah and actually like shake hands with her. And Sarah's not interested, because I think that was some kind of poor sportsmanship from Skye. You had Fraser Clark winning, Mr. TJ. Yeah, I did as well. I don't know if Skye, you had Fraser winning by 1, JYD. I had Fraser Clark winning as well. And I guess he did win technically by 1, in the sense that he got deducted that point. And if he hadn't have done that, then he would have won the fight. So yeah, Fraser Clark lost weight and made it competitive. Yeah, Mankey Crazy, I agree. Or I appreciate that, rather. I appreciate that. Yeah, Fraser did lose weight. I think if he had lost a little bit of weight more, he would have done even better, because like the thing was, at the end of the fight, he couldn't even stand up. He literally couldn't even stand up. Like, and he was, in my book, the winner. And it's not very often that you see the winning fighter actually, collapsed on his stool at the end. Clark, Mankey crazy. I agree with you. I think he should have been. I can't remember if he did that in the Dave Allen fight as well. Did anybody remind me? I remember the Dave Allen fight was a very bad performance from Fraser. Does anyone remember if and he got those points deducted for the low blows? Did he do the gum shield spitting out in that fight as well? I feel like he might have, or maybe I'm confusing that for something else. But I liked Fraser Clark as well in this fight. I do think he should have also been deducted points because I think he was probably doing that deliberately, if I'm going to be honest. It was okay, he didn't do it versus Dave Allen. I must have been thinking of another fight. Or maybe it was someone on the Tim Zoo undercard. Maybe there was someone on the Tim Zoo undercard who kept doing that. I know I saw someone doing it recently when I was watching some fights. Maybe I just thought it was Fraser Clark, but there was someone that I saw doing that recently. Anyway, Fraser should have been deducted points. I agree. Okay, here's the decision, guys. Let's hear the score totals. Okay. 100 to 90. 99 to 91. So it's going to be Skye by a wide margin. Skye Nicholson. Yeah, so Skye pretty much won every round on all three judges' cards, more or less. I think she lost one round on the so what was it? 100 to 90 on two of the judges' cards. So Skye won every round on two out of the three judges' cards, and then the other judge gave Sarah one round. So cumulatively across the three judges, Sarah Mahfoud won one round. And I think that's probably generous. I think Skye, it wasn't a great performance. And I agree with you, JYD. I don't know what she was dancing like that for. And yeah, Fraser Clark, the low blow is like his special like finishing move. Like if we're talking about WWE, WWF, and they have like a special finishing move that they use to win their matches, Fraser Clark, his finishing move would be the low blow, because he literally just, I thought he was going to have cleaned that up from the Fraser Clark, from the Dave Allen fight. But nope, he was straight back to it against Fabio. He was actually using all of his veteran tactics. You could see Fraser's experience, the low blows, the gum shield spitting out. I mean, he was doing everything he could to buy himself time. But at the end of the day, the low blow cost him the fight because he probably won. Bryce, I am happy you won too, but that was not a good performance. Oh, did they, Mr. TJ? Two good friends of yours had the Commonwealth title fight in the heavyweight division. That is cool. Who were they? If you don't mind me asking. You don't have to say if you don't. Oh, okay, now you've said. Okay. Dean Waters and Bob Mirovich. When was this? I have to be completely honest. I'm not familiar. How many years ago was this, Mr. TJ? All right. I appreciate, Rooney, your comments. I appreciate your subscription as well. I tried my best here with this one, guys. I'll be honest. I'll be completely honest with you guys. I'm struggling a little bit. I'm struggling to be excited about this card because the fights haven't been great so far. But Rooney, I do appreciate you tuning in anyway and sticking with it. It's been a little bit of tough going, and unfortunately, Sarah Mahfoud didn't get it done here. Skye Nicolson, even though she was dancing around like Ali in there, it was not the Ali shuffle. It was probably more like Roy Munson likes to say, the Ali stumble. And Amanda Serrano will be watching this fight, and I think, honestly, thinking that she would have had Skye or Sarah out of there within about 5 rounds, maybe about 7 or 8 rounds, being generous. But I think Amanda Serrano would have won this fight within 5. She knew before she got in the ring. Yeah. Oh, dear. Okay, that's not very good, Mr. TJ. Bob trained you. Okay. I appreciate that, Mr. Rooney. I appreciate that. Yeah, it wasn't great sportsmanship from Skye. I agree. That's pretty neat, though. In the 2000s. Okay, Dean fought in the 2000s. The British and Commonwealth heavyweight titles are probably the most prestigious heavyweight titles outside of the main four. Like there have been, especially the British title, there have been so many of the top guys that are there in the division now who have actually fought for that belt. Like it's actually kind of remarkable how good the UK has become in the heavyweight division. But the Commonwealth title, the British title, probably two of the best belts in the heavyweight division, realistically, outside of the main four. There's been a lot of good fighters who have competed for that belt, or those belts, I should say. Oh, all the way up to 2017. Okay. The German woman who was due to fight Serrano. Well, are we talking about Amanda Serrano's last fight? Because Amanda Serrano's last fight, if you remember, was canceled in the ring, basically. I mean, it wasn't canceled in the ring, but it was canceled like while this show was going on. I don't know if you guys saw that, but that was, I assume, the Nina woman, the German woman that you were talking about, Nina Menke, and that fight was canceled literally while the other cards, or the rest of the card was happening. She was paid her purse by Jake Paul. Oh, really? Okay. Menke. Yeah, that's right, Menke Crazy. Yeah, Nina Menke. I'm not sure if that's the correct pronunciation was her name, but so by the way, guys, the power punch stats, if you guys can't see this on the screen, 37 punches landed by Skye and 20 punches landed by Sarah Mahfoud. So not a lot of action in this fight. Yeah, Menke, what happened with that fight was Skye Nicolson, or Amanda Serrano, got hair dye in her eye and then unfortunately couldn't fight. So that's why that fight got canceled. And yeah, arguably, I mean, Menke could have fought Skye Nicolson. Mr. TJ, Jaya Pataya is one of, in my opinion, the most exciting fighters out there at the moment. And I think he's going to do really well when he goes up to heavyweight as well. But I hope he will. Yeah, I think he is as well, actually. Serrano had a bad eye. Yeah, because she got hair dye in her eye, actually, is what happened. Which is kind of funny. But at the same time, like, it's kind of bad because the arena was full of people who had come there to see her. I believe the arena held something close to 20,000 people. And I think it was, from what I could see on TV, it looked pretty full. So there was probably at least 12,000, 15,000 people in that arena, if not a sellout crowd. And that was, I'm sure, a big disappointment for those people, because I've been to an Amanda Serrano fight live, and I have to say, like, the Puerto Rican fans were really into her. There was a lot of support for Amanda from the Puerto Rican fans, and I suspect the crowd was probably pretty unhappy to have paid their money and then not get to see her. And also, you know, realistically, they refunded everybody's. Serrano had a bad eye, and yeah, well, that's the other thing, Manky Crazy. You're right. Everyone had a refund, so the event must have lost money, I assume. Ryan Garcia, guys, what do you think of Ryan Garcia's, I don't know what the word is. Chev Clark says that, I'm assuming we're talking about Jaya Pataya as the best cruiserweight in the world, and I agree. I think he beats Zurdo Ramirez. The fight that's going to be very, very interesting, guys, if it happens, is the winner, because I know that Turki Al Sheikh has been talking about this. The winner of Bivol and Beterbiev moving up to cruiserweight to challenge Jaya Pataya. That fight would be very, very interesting. So Bivol, I think in that scenario, we're talking about, let's say, Bivol against Jai or Artur Beterbiev against Jai. Those fights would be very, very interesting and very competitive. And I hope for Jai's sake, he actually gets one of those fights, because right now, a lot more people know Bivol because of the Canelo fight. So especially in the United States, Bivol is a much bigger star. Matias is from Puerto Rico. Matias, unfortunately, is in a tough position because he's a very tough opponent for anybody, but he's not a massive draw. I think if Matias was Mexican and had the Mexican fans behind him, he would be in a lot better position, because if you guys didn't see the Pitbull Cruz Rolly Romero fight, the crowd was just blowing the roof off of the arena every time Pitbull threw a punch, and they were booing Rolly out of the building every time he did anything. They loved Pitbull. And I think that um if Matias was the Mexican, he would have probably had a much bigger. Yeah, that is true. You are right, Mankey. Jake Paul is going to make a lot of money from the Tyson fight. I mean, that's probably going to be in front of what, 80, 90,000, 100,000 people live. I mean, that's going to do huge numbers. I will say this too. I hope it succeeds. I hope the fight succeeds. And the reason why I hope it succeeds is because if boxing is on Netflix in the future, a lot of people are going to see it. And hopefully we'll get, I mean, imagine, for example, if the Tim Tszyu card had been on Netflix, I think it probably would have been watched by a lot more people. And who knows? Have they said if the Serrano Matias card would be pretty good, actually? Who thinks that the Diego fight won't go the distance? I think it won't, actually. Jai could fight Canelo. Would Jai in that scenario go up to, or rather, would Canelo go up to cruiserweight, or are we talking about Jai making light heavyweight? Could Jai make light heavyweight, Mr. TJ? Tyson Fury doesn't want to fight Jai. I don't think so. Oh, I moved the posters around. I put the room is the same. I just switched the posters. The lion poster used to be on the other wall. I have this Mike Tyson poster on the other wall now. Bradis Jai is going to be interesting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. I will say this. Maris Bradis is actually a very good fighter. He might be the second best cruiserweight in the world. I'm not sure who would have won between Bradis and Chris Billum-Smith, Bradis and Zurdo Ramirez. And then who's the other cruiserweight champion? McCalman. But it's an interesting situation to think about. But I think I'm hoping Jai will unify the belts at cruiserweight. And then I'm hoping he will fight Beterbiev and Bivol. Canelo, I mean, would be amazing if it happened, but I don't think it probably will. And then after that, we'll see. But excellent fighter, yes. I agree. Bradis is a great fighter, and I think he's underrated. And I think I'm hoping people will realize that Bradis is really good, because I think Jai will beat him on May 18th. But I hope that he will actually get credit for that, and that people don't just assume that Bradis is washed up and he's no good. Okay, guys. Jai beat Bradis with a broken jaw, but Bradis is still a good fighter, and it was still a really good victory for Jai. When did his jaw break? It was in the third round, was it? It was early on. Third round, second round. It was an early in the fight, if I remember correctly. I haven't watched that fight back in a little bit, but that broken jaw was early on in the fight. You rate Reactpor above CBS. That's going to be an interesting fight. I'm kind of glad we're not getting the CBS Okoli rematch. I will say that, because that was not good. I have a feeling that Reactpor might beat CBS as well, actually, JYD. I think you might be right. I think that's possible. 9th round. Okay. 9th round, round 3. Yeah, I thought it was round 3, JYD, to be honest. But Mr. TJ, you think it was round 3 also. Okay. So, guys, before you all fall asleep here, we do have the next fight coming up, which is Galal Yafai, and he will be fighting in the next fight on the card. I expect that he is going to probably win. Augustin Gatto is his opponent. Augustin Gatto against Galal Yafai. Are we talking brutal as in like punching power or brutal as in bad skill wise? I don't know who will win. I thought Chris Billow Smith last fight against Masternak was it was very entertaining. But I think that Jai is on another level to CBS, in my opinion, respectfully. You have Gauto in this one. Interesting. I think Galal Yafai is going to win, probably, but let's see. Okay, so guys, Augustin Gauto is making his ring walk here. This one I think is 10 rounds, if I'm not mistaken. And he will be facing Galal Yafai. Power, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think Reactpor has a decent chance to beat CBS, if I'm completely honest, but we'll see. Okay, guys. Augustin Gauto, his record on paper is decently impressive. It's 20-1. And Galal Yafai is only 6-0. So I think that kind of tells you what you need to know about this fight, because if they're putting the guy who's 6-0 in against the guy who's 20-1, then it means they think that the 6-0 guy is going to win the fight. That's the reality of it. You dislike Yafai. Round 2, Mr. TJ. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I was pretty sure it was early on in the fight. Now Galal Yafai is making his way to the ring, guys. Let's see. Let's see what he's going to do in this fight. Okay. Galal Yafai, round 2. Okay. Galal Yafai, guys. He is going to be coming to the ring, and I don't think this fight goes the distance. But I said that about the opening fight on the card as well. Galal Yafai is going to be, I think, I'm not sure what the odds are, but I believe he will be a significant favorite in this fight. All right, guys. Just going to get into the final introductions of both fighters. Both fighters going to be introduced here by David Diamante. Let's get into this one. All right. David Diamante giving the introductions of both fighters here. Galal Yafai against Augustin Gauto. Galal Yafai, by the way, if you guys didn't know, is trained by Rob McCracken, who's the former trainer of both Anthony Joshua and Carl Froch. Okay, yeah, so he's a pretty big favorite in this one. Okay. Pacheco's a good fighter, and he's coming up next, if I'm not mistaken. Pacheco is the next guy up after this. All right, Augustin Gauto, guys. I agree, Bryce. I think the Pacheco fight is going to be explosive as well. I think very funny, JYD. Honestly, guys, these cards, they have just a very similar formula that they follow a lot, which is prospect against a fighter from Argentina, Mexico, or somewhere in Eastern Europe. Usually on a Matchroom show, the prospect is either from Mexico or Argentina. In fact, a lot of the time they're from Argentina. Like in Skye Nicholson's last fight, her opponent, if I'm not mistaken, was also from Argentina. Jose Benavides Sr. is a Pacheco trainer. Yeah, I think he is, actually. I think you are right. You don't expect it to go to decision. No, I don't either, actually. All right. Galal Yafai out of Birmingham, England. And he is a gold medalist as well, for what it's worth, guys. So, I mean, when you have a pedigree like that, it doesn't guarantee that you're going to become a world champion in the professional ranks, but I think it creates the expectation that you will. So he's got a lot to live up to, but there's no guarantee by any means that he will actually turn into a great professional. All right, guys. All right, guys. Referee is just giving the final instructions. Here we go, guys. Breaking down this fight. We are going to get into it. Galal Yafai against Augustin Gauto. I predict this fight doesn't go the distance, rather. Let's get into it, guys. Here we go, guys. Gauto against Yafai. Here we go. Round number 1. Round number 1, guys. Scheduled for 10. Galal Yafai coming out behind the high guard. Very, very tight guard from the Yafai. He's using his left hook. Gauto is the one doing most of the work to start the fight here, guys. Gauto, he's trying to come out and impose his will on Galal Yafai, but Yafai, using his faster hands, the referee breaks them up now in the middle of the ring. Galal Yafai coming forward, using his jab to the body, trying to slow Gauto down. There is some punches getting through, it has to be said. Yafai is getting hit a little bit. Some good hooks landed there, actually, from Gauto. Gauto, guys, is actually not doing that badly in this round. I think he's probably actually not necessarily winning the round, but he's not doing that badly. Yafai and Gauto, they're circling each other in the center of the ring. Arturo Gatti be good enough to be a champion today? I think he would be good enough to be a champion because at the end of the day, I mean, there are probably about 12 belts that he could have won because he could move up or down, down one weight class, up to a different weight class. And that right there gives you access to 12 different belts. So probably, I think Arturo Gatti would probably be good enough to pick up a world championship. And bearing in mind, you don't even have to win it in the ring. You can win it by becoming an email champion as well. So I think he would have a very good chance of picking up a belt. Galal Yafai now landing some good shots here, guys. I'll be honest. Galal Yafai now. Galal Yafai is using his fast hands to cause all kinds of problems for Gauto. 10 seconds left in the opening round now. Galal Yafai with an uppercut that connects. Yafai, it looked like momentarily he had actually had Gauto wobbled. That was a good round for Galal. Rob McCracken in the corner is telling Gauto that he's not being accurate enough, but overall I thought that was a pretty decent round, if I'm being honest. It was at least more entertaining than the last fight. Yeah, do these guys have knockout ability? I think so, yes. I think they do. Galal Yafai has 4 KOs in his 6 fights. So I know he can probably get the stoppage. I'm not exactly sure how many KOs Gauto has. But Galal Yafai does have the power to get a stoppage, I believe. And Gauto is actually landing some decent shots as well. So I think there's a decent chance that we could get a stoppage in this fight. All right, guys, here we go. So Galal Yafai coming out swinging here to start round number 2. I think there's a decent chance that this fight does not go the distance based on what I'm seeing so far. Galal Yafai pushes Gauto down to the canvas, pushes the back of his head down to the canvas. The referee quick to come in and say it was not a knockdown. Galal Yafai quick to come back. He doesn't want to let Gauto recover here, so let's see what he can do. Now, Gauto coming forward, trying to use that right hand to get through the guard of Yafai, but Yafai is landing the vast majority of the punches. Yeah, that is true, Mr. TJ, as well. It's very, very easy to become a champion these days, especially when you can pick up a vacant title and not even have to fight for it from one of 4 different belts. And even if you include the IBO, which isn't really considered a major title, it's very easy to become a world champion if you are in any way a competent professional in some of the weight classes at least. Yafai now having success unloading on the chin with hooks and uppercuts. He's leaning on the head and pushing the head of Gauto down to try and set him up in position for an uppercut. Uppercut connects. Now, Gauto is doing his best here to try and turn this into a war in the center of the ring. Yafai unloading on Gauto now. We've got a minute left in round number 2. Gauto, guys, is getting himself into exchanges that he doesn't need to be in here. Galal Yafai beating him down. At this point, Galal Yafai is winning this round like he very probably won the first round. Galal Yafai now digging to the body, going to the head. Yafai using his jab, uppercut. Gauto swinging back, but it's not getting through. Yafai is using very fast jabs, hooks, and uppercuts, and they're piercing the guard of Gauto. This action is taking place at very close range. Both guys are standing right up against each other, and that's it. Round number 2 comes to a close, guys. This fight so far has been far more entertaining than the Skye Nicolson versus Sarah Mahfoud fight. Galal Yafai very probably is up 2 rounds to nothing. But Gauto landed some shots of his own. Galal Yafai is not wanting to back off either. So when the exchanges start happening, both guys are standing in the pocket and trading, and it's making the action reasonably entertaining compared to some of the things we've seen earlier in the card. All right, guys. Galal Yafai looking pretty comfortable here. The only thing he probably really needs to work on is tightening up his defense a little bit. I think that his defense is letting him down just a little bit in this fight. But on the whole, it's a pretty dominant performance from him so far. So round number 3 is underway. Galal Yafai coming out swinging with hooks. Now Gauto's coming back. Gauto is not backing down. He's taking the fight to Galal. Galal Yafai, he's not wanting to back down either. Both guys exchanging blows, but Galal, he's in control behind his jab at this point. Gauto is coming forward. Galal Yafai teeing off on the chin of Gauto now. Galal's on the back foot. Gauto is walking him down. Now, guys, Yafai is in control here. He's using his jab. He's fighting out of a southpaw stance as well. And that's causing Gauto problems. It's causing the feet to get tangled as well. Hook lands from Galal there. Jab. Body shot connects from Gauto. Gauto pushing Galal up against the ropes. Galal looks to the referee. He breaks up the action. Now, Galal's coming back and landing some uppercuts. A flurry of uppercuts landing from Galal Yafai. Big hook misses. Now Galal is managing to connect almost at will with the chin of Gauto. Gauto, though, he wants to sit in the center of the ring. He doesn't really want to take backward steps. He wants to exchange. He wants to let his hands go. And that's making his chin a prime target for Galal Yafai. 1 minute left now in round number 3. Galal Yafai coming forward in the center of the ring. Both fighters in the clinch now. Referee breaks them up. Gives them the order to continue fighting. Galal Yafai out of the southpaw stance. Coming forward and using his jab. Gauto is firing back. Galal Yafai getting hit with a body shot there from Gauto. Gauto on the back from that jab to set up the right hand, or the left hand rather, the straight left out of the southpaw stance. Uppercut connects with the chin of Gauto there from Yafai. 27 seconds left in the round. Gauto gets hit with a pair of hooks from Yafai. Jab lands. Left hand, straight left lands from Galal. All right, guys. Galal Yafai is going to win this round, I believe. He's celebrating as it goes to round number 4. The referee brings a stop to the action, and Galal Yafai is looking pretty good here, okay, guys? Tim should fight Zarafa. Trey P, I appreciate that. Thank you for the compliment. So, guys, we are in round number 4 here, and we are getting ready for round number 5 to start. How do you guys have the fight scored so far, by the way? So you come from a really big boxing family, Mr. TJ. A lot of people that you know and are related to seem to be fighters. Okay, guys, here we go. Round number 4, rather, I should say, is about to get underway. Galal Yafai probably won the opening 3. Both fighters now circling each other in the center of the ring as round number 4 commences. That awkward southpaw stance from Galal is giving Gauto problems. Galal, if he manages to actually step on the gas, I think he can hurt Gauto here. Gauto is now getting hit with body shots, and that's opening up the uppercut as well, but Galal can't seem to connect. Now he got hit with a hook, a right hook, and a straight right to the body. Left hook to the body now. All these punches were connecting from Augustin Gauto, but Galal Yafai not backing down. Both fighters deserve credit for standing in the pocket and exchanging here. Strategically, maybe not the smartest thing to do, but from a heart point of view, very impressive. Jab snapping out from Galal. Jab and a right hand. Galal Yafai coming forward. He's using his lead hand out of the southpaw stance very effectively at this point. Now he's managing to land a 1-2 on the chin. Gauto's dropping his hands and he's up against the ropes. He's not in serious trouble, but he is going to need to be careful because Galal Yafai is managing to push his head down and actually use that to open him up for the uppercut. Gauto's up against the ropes now. Galal coming in, 1-2 jab, rocking the head back repeatedly of Gauto, who fires back with an uppercut. Gauto is using all of his defensive and stalling and survival tactics. He's using all of his survival tactics to try and keep Galal Yafai off him, but Galal is getting through increasingly here. The referee breaks them apart because Galal was once again pushing the head down, but he goes straight to the body and straight to the head after after Gatto drops his hands. Gauto's trying to use head movement here, but he's getting caught with hooks. The jab and straight left hands from Galal Yafai now. 45 seconds left in the round. Gauto could be in trouble here. He's trying to use head and body movement to get him off the ropes, get himself off the ropes, rather. But Galal Yafai coming forward. Uppercut connects from Galal. Hooks. Body shot landed from Gauto, but Gauto needs to be careful. He has taken the vast majority of the punches in this round. Galal Yafai is on the back foot now. He's landing straight lefts from the southpaw stance. A pair of straight lefts landed. Gauto eating punches for breakfast at this point. Eating punches and needing to get his head off of the line. Takes one more straight left to end the round. That's round number 4 in the books, guys. Galal Yafai, in my opinion, the victor. Matias, by the way, versus Liam Paro. Matias is going to win that fight quite convincingly, in my opinion, guys. June 15th coming up. Anybody have Matias losing that fight? Bare knuckle fighting. Okay. You love boxing. Okay. Okay, wow. So Mr. TJ, you seem like you pretty much know everyone in Australian boxing. All right, guys. Let's get this one. Let's get this one going, guys. Round number 6 is about to start, but round number 5, rather, the doctor's stepping in. I don't know if they're looking at stopping this fight because of the fact that Gauto is not really defending himself here. Okay, guys. I think they're potentially going to stop this fight if Gauto can't defend himself. I'll be honest with you guys. Guys, Galal Yafai is connecting with the chin of Gauto at will here in the start of the 5th round. And if they were looking at stopping it last round, then I think Galal Yafai is very, very likely to stop this fight, to prevent this fight, rather, from going to the distance. He's trying to finish it before the referee, or the doctor, rather, has a chance to step in between rounds. He pushed Gauto down to the canvas there. It's the second time that Galal Yafai has pushed Gauto down to the canvas. But in both of those instances, even though the referee ruled it wasn't a knockdown, Gauto is still being sapped of energy here, okay? Gauto is still being sapped of energy, and Galal Yafai, even though he won't be scoring points for that as a knockdown, he's advancing. He took a nice hook there, actually, from Gauto, but Yafai is advancing his position in this fight. He's tiring Gauto out. He's making him increasingly vulnerable and open to getting hit to both his head and his body. And Galal is outworking him in the clinches as well. He's also using his, looks like his superior strength to try and work Gauto over in the clinches. Gauto on the back foot, just trying to stay out of harm's way here. Galal Yafai using his forearm, actually pushing his forearm into the face of Gauto. It sends Gauto flying backwards. I'm not sure if the referee just deducted a point, actually, from Galal for using his forearm to shove Gauto down to the canvas. I think that was just a warning from the referee, but nevertheless, Galal Yafai shoved Gauto to the canvas for the 3rd time in the fight. That time it was using a forearm, and as a result, the referee warned him, I believe, that the next time there will be a points deduction. So we have 45 seconds left in the fight, in the round, rather, guys. Galal Yafai using his jab and his left hand from southpaw to open the chin of Gauto up at will. Gauto is trying his best to use head movement. It's effective at dodging these hooks. But on the whole, Galal Yafai is dominating the fight He's having his way with Gauto in this one through 5 rounds. Gauto has done a little bit better defending himself, it has to be said. So I don't know if the referee is going to step in and stop the fight. I don't know if the doctor is going to step in and stop the fight in between rounds. But be that as it may, Galal Yafai is likely up 5 rounds to nothing on my scorecard. As Gauto chases him around the ring, Yafai counters with a left hand. It connects on the chin of Gauto. Gauto ends round number 5 with a left hook of his own, but it's not a big power shot. It connects with Yafai, but it doesn't do any real damage. Galal Yafai goes back to his ringside, or rather back to his stool, probably pretty comfortably in that round, up 5 rounds to nothing. All right, guys. Yeah, I was confused why Costa, I didn't really know the backstory between Tim and his dad that much, but are they on speaking terms, or do they not speak, or I'm not really sure what the situation is, but it seemed like the situation between Tim and his dad, are they, I guess Tim just wants to be his own man and he doesn't want his dad there all the time, or what the situation is. I'm not sure, but at any rate, guys, let's get into it, guys. Round number 6 is underway here. Round number 6. And Galal Yafai has a very decent chance here of closing this fight out if he can step up the momentum in this round. 30 seconds have elapsed. Gauto coming forward relentlessly, but unfortunately getting hit with far too many shots. They're showing us replays of punches from the last round while the fight is still going on here in round number 6. But Gauto walking around the ring on his back foot while Yafai chases him down. Yafai just is the faster-handed, more skilled fighter, truthfully. It looked like a thumb landed in the eye of Gauto, actually, from Yafai. Believe that was accidental. It could have been a headbutt. I'm not sure if it was a headbutt or a thumb, but it looked like either through a head clash or in a thumb to the eye situation, Gauto was hit. Yafai is actually cut now on his left-hand side, so I believe that was actually due to a clash of heads. But Galal Yafai is cut on the left side of his face. Nothing like Tim Tszyu last week, but he does have a cut running down the side of his face on the left-hand side. So I don't think it's actually affecting his vision. It's hard to tell, but it doesn't look like it's actually affecting his vision. Galal coming forward and applying pressure here. Big combinations landing from Yafai. Gauto is very tough, but he is just getting hit far too often with the jab and the straight left from Yafai and the occasional uppercut and hook, but it's that jab and the straight left that are causing problems here. Body shot gets eaten by Gauto. He's got 40 seconds left to survive the 6th round. Jab connects, hooks, everything landing from Galal at this point in time. The only problem is that his defense probably could use tightening up, and he did get cut around the eye from that head clash, but Galal Yafai comes in, lands a straight left hand. Jab connects as well. Both fighters in the clinch in the middle of the ring now, guys. They talk. He doesn't like, I appreciate that, Mr. TJ. Thank you very much. Gauto can stop him. Interesting. If he keeps connecting, I think there's a possibility that he could stop him. We'll see, guys. I don't know if that... Personally, I think it's much more likely that that probably Yafai is going to win this fight comfortably on the scorecards. But he does... Okay, so the cut is actually above his eye. It looked during the fight like it was on the side of his face, but it is actually on the eyebrow. I think you're right, JYD. I think Yafai is actually panicking a little bit, to be honest with you. I think he actually is panicking. Maybe it's that cut. He has been cut along his eyebrow. Yeah, the cut was actually worse than I originally thought. Yafai has got to be careful here, and I think he's got to come out aggressively, truthfully. If he doesn't come out aggressively, I think he could possibly be in danger of the fight. Yeah, the fight is not probably going to be stopped, but the cut is actually quite a lot deeper than I originally thought. So let's go, guys. Let's see what happens here in round number, where are we even? Round number 7, guys. Okay. So Galal Yafai coming out and using his jab. The bleeding from that cut, I don't think is anywhere near the point where the fight's going to be stopped. But he does keep getting hit with that right hand, as he did 3 times there from Gauto. That's going to make the bleeding worse. Gauto is coming forward. I think the fact that Yafai is cut has given Gauto a bit of a second wind here. He's trying to push the pace a little bit more. Yafai, he's exchanging. He's firing back. Galal Yafai using that jab, being very fearless with it. Gauto is getting hit with the jab now. He's being pushed to the back foot. As I say when it comes to Yafai, that cut, not terrible, but he needs to be careful. Or rather, not bleeding terribly. The cut is actually quite bad, but they've done a decent shot at, or job rather, at covering it up. They've done a better job patching this cut up, it has to be said, than Tim Tszyu's corner, unfortunately, was able to do in that fight. Yafai now just popping Gauto with the jab at will. Gauto very tired, happy to lean into the clinch, try and get a brief moment's respite. But Galal Yafai, apart from that mark on his face, has looked pretty solid here. He's coming forward behind a very tight high guard. Gauto misses with a hook. Yafai misses with an uppercut. Gauto digs to the body and misses with a left hook to the head. Galal Yafai coming with a jab, or rather with a straight left. Gauto not wanting to give up his position in the center of the ring, trying to use his head movement a little bit. 45 seconds left in the round now. Galal Yafai gets hit with a straight right hand there. Gauto hammering away at the body of Yafai. Now hooks coming back in from Galal. Both guys exchanging hooks now. Gauto got elbowed in the face, or rather a forearm in the face from Galal. Again, it's happened repeatedly in this fight. And Galal now goes with a combination. Hooks to head and body. Left hand, straight left, and the jab, all connecting from Galal Yafai. Straight right, doubled up by Gauto. Once connects, once misses, and that's it. Round number 7 has come to a close, guys, from the Fontainebleau in Las Vegas. The crowd is, I believe, probably only here to see the main event, but this fight has been pretty decent so far. Galal Yafai looking pretty comfortable until he got cut on the left side above the eyebrow. I believe that was from a head clash. And since then, Galal has looked a little bit shaken. He's managed to exchange and win most of the exchanges, but he's got 3 rounds now, and I think he needs to be careful. I thought he was probably going to win this fight by stoppage, but I think Galal Yafai needs to be careful not to get overconfident here, especially with a bad cut like the one he's currently suffering from. Yeah, Tim Tszyu's corner, I think, did not, unfortunately, do a great job in that fight. And I think a lot of other cutmen, more experienced cutmen, were saying similar things. Unfortunately for Tim Tszyu, it came at the worst possible time. And as a result, he, unfortunately, instead of what I thought would happen, which he would have 2 belts, he now has 0 belts. All right, guys. Galal Yafai has 8, or is in the 8th round. He's got, for the 4th time in the fight, Gauto down on the canvas, but none of these are actual knockdowns. There, because Gauto was being pushed down by Galal Yafai, the referee steps in once again. Galal letting go with hooks. Either Gauto has a very strong chin or Galal Yafai doesn't have exceptional power, because Gauto is managing to eat most of these shots and stay on his feet. Galal Yafai has had more success actually putting Gauto on the canvas with forearms, with pushing the back of the head down, with borderline illegal tactics than he has actually with punches. Galal Yafai now tapping away with his jab on the chin of Gauto. You can tell Galal Yafai is a slick boxer, but I will say he needs to develop a lot more as a professional before he's ready to compete with the top names in the division. I do believe Galal Yafai, on the basis of this performance, is quite some distance away from giving the world champions in this weight class problems, because he is struggling with Gauto a little bit more than I believe he probably should be. All right, guys. Galal Yafai has 1 minute left in the 8th round. He's going to try and do his best to get this stoppage here against a very tough Argentinian opponent in Agustin Gauto. Poor Gauto is having his head pushed down repeatedly by Galal. That forearm and that pushing the head down is causing him a lot of problems. But Galal Yafai is exchanging with hooks now. He's going to the body and the head. Gauto pushed up against the ropes. All right, guys. Galal Yafai connects on the chin, but Gauto is showing a lot of heart and determination not to go down. He's really using his will to basically defy Galal Yafai to put him on the canvas. He's backing up. The referee has stepped in. I believe he stepped in fight. Galal Yafai just won the fight on a referee stoppage, and I have to say, I think that was a very harsh stoppage on Agustin Gauto. Galal Yafai, let me know what you guys thought in the chat, but Galal Yafai was chasing him around the ring. Gauto was on his back foot. Admittedly, he was getting caught with shots, but he was still defending himself. He was on the back foot. That stoppage looked to me like it was quite premature. Guys, I'm not sure what you guys thought of that in the chat. I'm not sure what you guys think, but I appreciate that, Mr. TJ. Thank you very much, and best of luck with your jog. That is a long jog, 20 kilometers daily jog. That is crazy. Gauto did have his head for defense, JYD. I agree. Not the first premature stoppage for Yafai. Yeah, I thought that was a premature stoppage. Let me know what you guys thought, but to me, I don't really see what was happening differently at the end there than really what happened throughout most of the fight. I thought if Gauto could have been allowed to continue at the earlier stages of the fight, I don't see why he wasn't allowed to continue now. I feel like realistically, they could have let that fight either carry on, or if they wanted to stop it in a situation like that, I think they probably could have stopped it a lot sooner. So from my point of view, the Tommy Frank fight, okay. And that was another premature stoppage for Galal Yafai. Okay, well, this one was too, in my opinion. I did not think it was a great performance from Galal. I didn't think it was a terrible performance, and I thought Gauto deserves a lot of heart and a lot of credit, okay? I believe Gauto deserves a lot of heart and a lot of credit because I think that he probably realistically did his best here to actually, survive until the end of the fight. But it was not a great performance, I think, from Galal Yafai, and I do think he was the beneficiary of a premature stoppage in this fight. Okay? I don't know, guys. I thought that was a I think that was a premature stoppage. I will be honest. Okay, so Diego Pacheco is coming up next, guys, and then we have the main event: Richardson Hitchens against Lemos. How is Yafai's punches? Is he getting better at sitting on his punches? I wasn't super impressed with his punching power, honestly. I thought Yafai could have done a lot more in terms of sitting on his punches. I think either Gauto had a very strong chin, but I thought that Yafai also could have sat on his punches better than he did. I think he needs to improve quite a bit. And I know that he's still only 7 fights into his pro career, but he's an Olympic gold medalist. So I think that increases the standard that he's being. I think that increases the standards that he's being judged at, basically. Ooh. I appreciate you tuning in while jogging, Mr. TJ. I appreciate that very much. I appreciate all of you guys tuning in, actually. Galal Yafai, he picked up his 5th knockout, but I got to be honest, I think that one, technology is great. Yeah, that's true. Guys, Galal Yafai picked up the stoppage win. I think it was probably a very, yeah, Rob McCracken is happy. Chris Mannix is in the ring now with Galal Yafai, so we'll see what he has to say, but let's see what he has to say. All right. Social media can be dangerous too. It can also be a waste of time. It can be a big waste of time. If I know Usyk was talking about. Thank you, Mr. TJ. I appreciate that as well. Thank you. That yeah. I'm sorry, guys, that this card hasn't been the most exciting. I'm sure you guys are watching this or listening to this and wondering if there's something wrong. Like if this card basically is if I don't know. I'm sure you guys would like this to be more entertaining than what it is. I know I certainly would. I appreciate that, Mr. TJ. Thank you very much. Of course, I'm going to keep coming with content, hopefully keep improving it as I go along, improving the commentary. I know this one tonight is one that not a lot of people, I think, have been looking forward to, but Richardson Hitchens and Diego Pacheco are both exciting prospects, and they're both coming up next. So hang in there, guys. Galal Yafai has got a pretty decent-sized cut over his eye. I think that's going to definitely need some stitches after the fight for sure. He was lucky that he wasn't in there with a more dangerous opponent, honestly, because I think that cut he could have gotten in some trouble, truthfully. It's not as bad as the Tim Tszyu cut, but it is a pretty decent sized cut above his eye, honestly. It was not the best. You're enjoying this card, Mr. JYD. Oh well. David Diamante not on the straight and narrow. In what sense are you talking, JYD? I'm not sure. Are we talking about in terms of his ring introductions or in some other way? Yeah, Hitchens is a big fight, and I agree. He's got the potential to be a future world champion, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see how he performs in this fight. I wonder if he will try and go for the stoppage here because, like I've said before, he was criticized. Chris Mannix. Okay, yeah. I was confused. I thought you were talking about David Diamante, but yeah, Chris Mannix makes more sense. I see what you're saying. Yeah, because Chris Mannix was the one doing the interviews. Okay, so guys, we got 2 fights coming up next. 2 fights left on this card. Diego Pacheco against Sean McCalman, and then we have Richardson Hitchens against Gustavo Lemos. Now, for what it's worth, all 4 of these fighters actually have undefeated records at this point. Okay, so the next fight now, for what it's worth, all 4 of these fighters actually have undefeated records at this point. Okay, so the next fight, Diego Pacheco, is taking place at super middleweight, and then obviously super lightweight for the main event. But there is a lot of hype around Richardson Hitchens. There will be more hype around him if he has an impressive performance in this one. Ideally, from his point of view, he's going to look for a knockout. Whether he gets it is going to be another story. We will see. Eddie Hearn is accompanying Chris Mannix. He's accompanying Galal Yafai back to the locker room. Yeah, it's interesting when he's looking at the scorecard. Yeah. Yeah, are we talking about the cut or in terms of Danny Garcia? Are we talking about the cut? But Danny Garcia, Galal Yafai, okay, to his credit, I thought he looked pretty good in this fight in the sense that he dominated the fight. But I think, like I say, he's a ways off of challenging, I think, the world champions in the flyweight division at this point in time. I think Galal Yafai against Bam Rodriguez would be a very one-sided fight at this point in time, in my opinion. Now, Galal is obviously only 7-0, but I think Bam against Galal would be quite one-sided. Bam is a monster in that weight class. And unfortunately for Galal, he gets hit way too much. So I think if Galal Yafai was to fight Bam Rodriguez with the defense that he had in this fight, he gets stopped. I'll be honest. I don't know what you guys think, but I think if Galal fights in that manner, he gets stopped against Mr. Bam Rodriguez. Okay, guys. So we got 2 fights coming up here. Diego Pacheco. Now, Diego Pacheco, I think, has a chance to make a statement in this fight and move up the super middleweight rankings. Now, the super middleweight rankings are quite wide open at the moment because you have Canelo at the top. But underneath that, I think we have some up-and-coming contenders who really have a chance to make the noise in this division and set themselves up. Canelo, yeah, Haney Garcia is going to be something different. I'm looking forward to this fight. What do you guys think of Ryan Garcia's antics, by the way? Is it something that he's just putting on to sell the fight, or is he legitimately having some kind of crisis? For me, it's a mixture of both. I think he probably is having a lot of issues, and at the same time, I think he probably is trying to use them to generate interest in the fight because I don't know if you guys have seen, but there are a significant number of empty seats for this fight. I think half or less than half of the tickets have actually been sold for this one. I think part of the problem is they're overpriced for this event, to be honest with you, in my opinion, at least. The tickets for Haney against Garcia are significantly more than the tickets for Tim Tszyu against Fundora. Now, the Tim Tszyu card, top to bottom, was really strong. Whereas Devin Haney against Ryan Garcia, it arguably has 2 bigger stars in the main event, but the undercard is not nearly as strong, in my opinion. So top to bottom, the show will have a difficult time keeping up with what happened last weekend. But as I say, with the ticket prices being a lot more expensive, they're struggling to sell them. And it's going to be interesting to see what that looks like. David Morrell beats Canelo and Benavidez, but they're not going to fight him, I don't think, at this point in time. I don't think those guys probably want to fight David Morrell, if I'm being honest, because I don't think he's a big enough name. Now, I'm not saying that they shouldn't, but I don't think he's a big enough name. And so I think he's going to struggle to get those fights, truthfully. But on the other hand, Canelo won't fight Benavidez either. So I think Benavidez could fight David Morrell, but I don't think he will. And Canelo won't fight Benavidez. And I don't think Canelo fights David Morrell either. So the situation is just going to be that we're not going to get to see, at least for this point in time, any of those matchups actually taking place, at least as far as I can tell. All right, guys. So we got 2 more fights coming up to close out this show. And one of them is Diego Pacheco, by the way. Diego Pacheco, I don't know what I'm saying. Diego Pacheco he's coming up next. And then the main event after that. There's just promo packages being aired as well now for upcoming fights on DAZN. Jack Catterall against Josh Taylor. Who do you guys have winning the rematch, by the way? Catterall and Taylor. But they are just airing, as I say, promo packages for upcoming fights that are airing on DAZN in the next few months. McCalman against Diego Pacheco coming up next. And it will be a good fight, Mr. TJ. Haney against Garcia. I am looking forward to that one. The one I'm looking forward to most, Usyk Fury, though. Excuse me. Which fight, big fight sort of between now and June, are you guys looking forward to the most? For me, Fury Usyk, Jai Braden, so Bivol, and Beterbiev. Those are my three that I'm looking forward to the most. Teofimo Lopez, I'm looking forward to seeing him back as well. I don't know how competitive the fight's going to be. McCalman against Pacheco. Pacheco, I think, gets the stoppage in this fight. Are you guys going Pacheco by stoppage, or do you think this one goes to the cards, or is anybody actually thinking that there's going to be possibly an upset in this fight? Garcia Haney is a better product. Well, I think they're more well-known than Tim Tszyu, but Diego Pacheco, I think, is going to put on a performance here. I think he's going to get a stoppage victory over Sean McCalman. Pacheco, I saw his last fight, and I wasn't super impressed with him in his last fight, but he does have power. I appreciate that, Roy Munson. Thank you for the compliment. Haney Garcia, JYD, is the one you're looking forward to the most. Because you're expecting a competitive fight, or just because of the personalities, or because you like the fighters? I'm looking forward to that one as well. Don't get it confused. I am looking forward to that fight coming up as well. Pacheco, I think, guys, is going to get this one by knockout. Mr. TJ Taylor Catterall. Okay. JYD, I agree. Pacheco going to win this one by stoppage. And you can see Jose Benavidez Sr. in the background, his coach, as Pacheco works the mitts. They're going for a pink, all pink ring gear. Diego Pacheco. The last card went the distance. No, the last John Kelso, the last fight was stopped. I thought it was probably stopped prematurely. I thought it was probably stopped prematurely. But I think that regardless of that, Galal Yafai, he did actually win the fight via a stoppage in the 8th round. So no, it did not go the distance, but it arguably could have, in my opinion. Canelo, Jai, and Bivol, I assume you mean, or Beterbiev? All right, guys. Canelo Munguia. I mean, no, that would be a big event for sure. Okay. Sean McCalman versus Diego Pacheco. Super middleweight, guys. Diego Pacheco, 6'4", is very tall for the weight class. And I agree, JYD. McCalman is not looking too enthusiastic. I think he is going to get stopped within 6 rounds, truthfully. David Diamante giving the introductions. This is the co-main event, guys, and I believe we are going to be in for a fight that does not go the distance here. Let me know what round, if you guys are going for the stoppage here. Lemos for an upset. Who knows? Maybe. A few people have actually said that they've bet on Lemos to actually win this one. But I love upsets. So if that happens, I won't be disappointed at all. Diego puts him down before 8, Bryce. I think he puts him down as well. I will say before the end of the 6th round. So before 7. Inside of 6, I say Diego Pacheco gets the stoppage here. So McCalman is making his way to the ring now. He's not looking, I think, super confident for this fight. But he's going to definitely have his work cut out for him here because of the the amazing, yes. There is too much ducking at 160 at super middleweight. I agree with that. Lemos for the upset. Yeah, I don't know where the pink gear came from, to be honest. It's an interesting look. But especially for like a power puncher, I wouldn't have thought that pink was the go-to color. But I mean, whatever. I guess it doesn't really matter that much. But here we go, guys. Diego Pacheco and Sean McCalman here. Co-main event of this card. I'm expecting a stoppage in this fight. It kind of does remind me of Joshua Martin as well. McCalman looks a little bit like Charles Martin also, truthfully. King Charles Martin was basically paid, essentially. I mean, I don't mean bribed, but I mean, Matchroom and Eddie Hearn offered a very generous purse for him to go to the UK, knowing pretty much that he was going to lose to AJ, and he pretty much hand-delivered the belt. And I think Pacheco is going to put on a similarly impressive performance here. But yeah, guys, let's get into it. Yafai did win, Diana. Yes, he did. He won via a referee's stoppage in the fourth round, in the 8th round even. I thought, like I said before, I thought it was premature. He got cut. And he didn't look amazing, in my opinion. I thought he looked all right, but it wasn't amazing. Munguia will lose to Canelo. Yeah, I agree. All righty, guys. Diego Pacheco. Diego Pacheco versus Sean McCalman. I mean, who knows? This fight could end up going the distance because some of the other fights that I thought might have ended in stoppages on this card ended up going the distance. It could also not even last as long as these ring introductions are taking. It could actually last as little as a couple of rounds. Pacheco has the power to potentially end the fight at any point. We're seeing David Benavidez at ringside as well. His father, Jose Benavidez Sr., the trainer of Diego Pacheco. It's a pretty scary power punching stable if you think about it. Pacheco and Benavidez, two of the bigger punchers at this weight class. Thing with Pacheco, though, is I think he'll probably go a few rounds because I think he'll probably break McCalman down more so than just stop him cold, if I had to guess, because his last fight went 9 rounds. And then before that, he had a bunch of fights that ended quickly, but and then before that, he had a bunch of fights that ended quickly, but the level of opposition, I think, wasn't amazing either. So I think Pacheco stops him within 6. Canelo by decision, Eugene Williams. Thanks for joining us on the chat, Eugene. Canelo by decision. Yeah, I could see that. I'll say this for Canelo. Not all of his fights have been great, but at least I agree, Bryce. There's way too much talking on this. Especially because the fights haven't been amazing. It's been really, honestly, too slow. So round 6 stoppage is a betting favorite at 7-1. All right. Well, if I'd put money on that, then I would be. We'll see. I mean, we'll see if the stoppage happens. But yeah, that's what I'm going for. Stoppage win for Diego Pacheco. Let's see what happens. But you're right, Bryce. There is way too much talking going on here. The amazing Sean McCalman. Well, with a name like that, he needs to have a good performance in this fight. Fight will start in 5 minutes. Yeah, it's taking a long time. I think it probably will start a little bit quicker than that because they're just introducing Pacheco now, at least on my stream. When I looked online, the main event was originally supposed to start around 10:30 Eastern time, which was 30 minutes ago. So I don't know if they're running behind or if or what the deal is. But the bottom line is we are getting underway in a second for the co-main which is going to be Diego Pacheco, probably stopping, realistically, Sean McCalman, as amazing as he may or may not be. Diego Pacheco against Sean McCalman. Pacheco just getting the final instructions from his corner from Jose Benavidez Sr. Yeah, Sean could splash out on a bit of merch. Yeah. That's true, actually. The ring gear, Pacheco probably had the better ring gear. Having said that, he's probably getting paid quite a bit more, to be fair, than McCalman is. I don't know. All right, guys. Diego Pacheco and Sean McCalman. Let's get this fight underway, guys. Co-main event. Let's go. Let's get into it. Has the potential to be an exciting fight. So let's give this one the benefit of the doubt. Let's get into it, guys. Thank you for joining me on the chat. I appreciate all of you. Let's go. Round one. Opening bell has rung. Diego Pacheco and Sean McCalman. These two guys are in the center of the ring. Pacheco coming out, keeping his hands up. McCalman popping out that jab. McCalman looks to have a fairly long reach, and he's using it to good effect so far. He's managed to hit Pacheco, but you can already tell the power, the snap. It's not there from McCalman with his jab. He's pawing the jab out there. Pacheco not really throwing a lot of punches at this point. He's being very patient. He's just biding his time on the outside. McCalman using his jab, but not snapping it out there. Just tapping with the jab, using it as a range finder. Like I say, Pacheco being very patient. The action is taking place in the center of the ring. Pacheco, he's just looking for his opening, guys. And McCalman counters and connects with a left hand straight down the middle. Pacheco gets backed up. These are not big shots, but they are backing Pacheco up just a little bit. And now both fighters in the clinch in the center of the ring. From McCalman. Pacheco now getting pushed back into the corner. 1.5 minutes to go in round number one. But it just looks like Pacheco is just trying to find his distance, find his opening. And when he does, I think you're going to start to see him letting his hands go. McCalman is not using his jab enough to actually keep Pacheco at distance. The jab is being used very sparingly as a rangefinder, not as a stiff shot here, guys. So Pacheco coming forward, using that power, even without throwing punches, he's using that power to keep McCalman from really letting his hands go, because the threat of the power is meaning that he doesn't want to get caught with a counter. Pacheco has thrown very few punches through the first 2 minutes of the round, but McCalman is still being very cautious, not wanting to leave himself open to getting hit with a counter. It very much looks like McCalman is here trying to avoid getting hit with anything rather than trying to impose his will on Pacheco. McCalman now pawing out with the jab. Again, Pacheco just content to pull himself out of range. Now Pacheco comes in. Rabbit punch connected from McCalman. Round number one ends. Pacheco complaining about it to the referee a little bit. McCalman saying it was a legal punch. Now Jose Benavidez Sr. has his man in the corner. It seems very clear to me that the strategy from Pacheco is just to try and buy himself some time, find an opening, and then connect with Mr. Sean McCalman on the counter. Because McCalman, from his point of view, he's being smart. He's using his distance to at least prevent himself from getting hit with any shots. But The difficulty is that in order to actually win this fight, because there's two ways to approach it. One is to actually try and win the fight, and the other is to try and avoid getting stopped. Now, if his plan is to actually try and win the fight, he needs to be more active here. If his aim is to avoid getting stopped, then I think he just needs to get on his back foot. All right. Yeah, those shirts, they weren't great, if I'm being honest. Okay. Here we go, guys. Round number 2. Let's go, guys. Diego is looking for his shot to change the trajectory of the fight, Bryce. I agree. Diego Pacheco is not throwing any punches, and it's not because he's afraid of what's coming back at him from McCalman. It's just because he's being very cautious to basically, I think, try and find a couple of power punches to change the fight. He's not really looking for volume. He's looking for single power shots, and McCalman knows that. And so he's being very selective in terms of what he allows to get through. But now Pacheco connects with a 1-2, and immediately McCalman backs up into the ropes. Immediately McCalman felt the power, and he didn't want any part of it. So Pacheco is now coming forward. He's got McCalman up against the ropes, not throwing any shots, just looking for an opening. McCalman not really throwing anything of his own. Now Pacheco tries to let go. They fall into the clinch. Very, very cagey round here, guys. Number 2, 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go in this round. Very cagey action here. Diego Pacheco walking forward, using that jab. He connects with McCalman. As soon as Sean felt that, he was trying to get out of the way, and you can't blame him because Pacheco is a noted power puncher, and McCalman knows that. He's not looking to get caught with anything. Jab lands from Pacheco. McCalman gets himself out of the way, counters with a jab to the body of his own. McCalman, he's using that jab. It's just not connecting. It's not landing. There's nothing really happening. It's not changing the fight. It's not giving him any strategic advantage. It's just there. Okay. Pacheco gets hit to the body with the jab, but it's not a damaging shot. Diego Pacheco knows that when he hits Sean McCalman, he can not necessarily stop him with one punch, but he can hurt him. And he's just being very, very patient here. McCalman gets caught with an uppercut. It was a big one as well. But Pacheco coming forward now, using his head movement. Pacheco is using that head movement to kind of make it difficult for McCalman to land his jab accurately as well. But this fight is not heating up, guys, at this point in time. Pacheco tries to throw the overhand right, misses. McCalman is being walked back by Pacheco. All right, guys. Round number 2 is in the books. Pacheco, I think, from my point of view, guys, round number 2 is in the books, and Pacheco is just looking very, very comfortably to try and find that big bomb and try and change the fight. And I think when he does, and I agree, Bryce, Sean doesn't have enough bang to try and win this fight. He's trying to get the points, but I don't think he's even scoring that many points, to be honest. But Diego is looking sharper. He's looking slicker. Yeah, Diego Pacheco is looking a lot better in this one, guys. Got to be honest with you. McCalman is not looking great because he's just being so overly cautious. And I think that's the issue here in this fight. He's just being very overly cautious because he's understandably concerned about the power that's coming back at him from Pacheco, who is just, he's a beast when it comes to the power punching. Round number 3 is underway, guys. Round number 3. And Pacheco immediately eats a couple of jabs from McCalman. McCalman now trying to use that jab just to keep Pacheco off. Pacheco pumping out that, or rather McCalman pumping out that jab. Pacheco trading. Pacheco is trading with the jab, guys. Pacheco lands or tries to land a big hook. Not much going on there. McCalman, he tries to connect, but Pacheco blocks it with his own right hand. Pacheco using his power shots to the body, or rather his jab to the body. McCalman being very cautious, just swatting the jabbing hand away of Pacheco. McCalman snapping out that right hand. Pacheco missed with a big shot. McCalman trying to counter with power. Not a lot landing here, guys. McCalman just doing his best to survive here, if I'm being completely honest. Because he's not really trying to win the fight. But Pacheco is not being incredibly aggressive either. We've got a minute left in round number 3. Now Pacheco doubles up the jab and he comes forward with the right hand. Pacheco is trying to actually put some pressure on McCalman at this point. Now both fighters are in the clinch. Pacheco here has the potential, I think, to cause problems whenever he steps on it. He's just very, very calculated. Coming forward, he's using cautious power punches to try and get McCalman into a situation where he can land a big bomb and change the trajectory of the fight. Now Pacheco has McCalman backed up against the ropes. McCalman is in the corner. He comes out swinging with a left hook, which connects. The fighters are in the clinch now. The referee breaks them up. McCalman fires out that jab. Under 10 to go in the round. Pacheco coming forward. He's got McCalman in the corner. And that's it for round number 3. That was it for round number 3. And yeah, guys, as Bryce says, Diego Pacheco is very surgical. McCalman is just being very cautious. He just doesn't want to get caught with anything. And I agree, Bryce. I think if Pacheco works the body a little bit more, I think he can do well. I think he can do well if he works the body a little bit more. All right, guys. McCalman is surviving, but he's also not really heading towards, in my opinion, he's not really heading towards winning the fight. I think he's just heading towards surviving so far. All right, guys. Round number 4 is underway here. Round number 4. Diego Pacheco comes out, similar situation behind the high guard, jabbing to the body of McCalman. McCalman is complaining to the referee about an accidental headbutt from Pacheco. Pacheco is just being, as Bryce says in the chat, very surgical, just coming forward, using his threat of his big power punches to keep McCalman honest. Both fighters are in the clinch now again. McCalman is getting separated by the referee and being told to be careful of the holding. We're in round number 4, guys. Now, I said this fight wouldn't go past 6. McCalman just missed with a big over top right. Everything he had went into that punch, but he missed, and unfortunately it put him off balance in a major way. Pacheco coming forward, lands a body shot. He's just looking for big body shots, big head shots. As Bryce says, if he works McCalman to the body in the clinch, it's going to... Oh! McCalman just got his head rocked back by Pacheco with a jab. It was a big shot, but it was just a jab. And now Pacheco's coming forward. He landed a right hand. McCalman is clinging on. He's holding. But Pacheco stung him there with a jab, and then he followed it up with a right hand. Another jab connects from Pacheco. Big shots landing there. Pacheco coming forward is a beast when it comes to just being able to use his jab to push McCalman back. Pacheco now starting to use his foot movement a little bit more as well. He's moving his feet. He's getting out of range. He's got 40 seconds left to go in round number 4. "40 seconds left to go in round number 4, guys. Pacheco coming out, landing the jab. Uppercut landing from Diego Pacheco. McCalman pushing Pacheco's head down in the clinch. Under 10 to go in round number 4. Pacheco is looking increasingly comfortable. He doesn't seem in any hurry to find the stoppage, but he's looking increasingly comfortable, guys. And it is the combo attacks. Sean's building into it, but I think Pacheco is in danger of stopping him, or rather, Pacheco is in danger of stopping him here. Richardson Hitchens in the back is looking very relaxed. He's very relaxed. He's just chilling on the couch, looking very calm. Gustavo Lemos warming up. He's looking very relaxed as well, but he's looking a lot more. He's looking very relaxed as well, but he's looking a lot more active, bouncing around the room, letting his hands go. All right, guys. Let's get into it. Round number 4. Here we go. Round number 4, guys. Whew. All right. Round number 4. Round number 5, I should say. Diego Pacheco could potentially stop the fight in this round, I believe, if he lets his hands go. He's being a little bit more aggressive in the opening here. I said this one wouldn't go past 6. I believe, Bryce, you said it wasn't going to go past 8, if I'm not mistaken. Someone in the chat said it wasn't going to go past 8. Pacheco walking forward. Chris Mannix has McCalman up on the scorecards by 3 rounds to 1 for what it's worth. Now, that's possible. I haven't really been scoring it as it goes along. Pacheco hasn't thrown a lot of shots, but I'm just assuming he's going to get the knockout here because that's the way it's looking. But if he doesn't, then yes, potentially he could be in trouble on the scorecards. But I'm assuming that Pacheco is just looking straight up for the knockout here. And I think he's still looking on track to have a good chance of getting it. So we've got 1 minute and 45 seconds left in round number 5. Diego Pacheco walking McCalman down. He does probably need to get his hands go, or let his hands go just a little bit more than he is. I will say there is a danger. Yeah, Chris Mannix's scorecard was a bit crazy, but I guess Pacheco's not really throwing a lot of punches, so I don't know. I doubt the judges are going to see it that way, I will say. I'd be very surprised at this point if McCalman got a decision. But we'll see. I think that unless Pacheco gets completely dominated, then he's going to get the decision on the cards here. Diego Pacheco, he is coming forward. He's looking for an opening. McCalman is on the back foot. 50 seconds left to go in round number 5, guys. Diego Pacheco. If Chris Mannix's scorecard reflects what the judges are seeing, then Diego Pacheco needs to pick it up here. If Pacheco is winning this fight on the scorecards, then he's doing fine, and he's probably heading for the KO anyway. But now Pacheco manages to connect, but it didn't really do that much damage. I will say McCalman is looking more confident as the fight goes on. He's now made it to the halfway point, using his jab from the outside. Pacheco maybe just being a little bit too complacent. McCalman's actually doing decent at getting out of the way of these big power shots coming from Pacheco. And that's it for round number 5, guys. We are at the halfway point. I'm curious to hear what Pacheco's corner has to say to him in between rounds. Chris Mannix is in the crowd with David Benavidez, but it's a shame because I was hoping we would get to hear from David Benavidez. Is very drunk. David Benavidez is extremely drunk in the crowd. He can barely string a sentence together. He's slurring his words. If you guys have the audio on, tell me if you disagree. But David Benavidez is extremely drunk in the crowd. He can't even look at the camera. He just looks drunk and he sounds drunk. They were asking him his opinion in between rounds. I think he was quite drunk. That's just my opinion. I don't know for sure. It's not like I could see him downing beer in the crowd, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, here's my round. Yes, that's right, JYD. What did you guys think in the chat? If you could actually hear Benavidez, I'm pretty sure he was very drunk. But anyway, just not great, I will say. But, you know, hopefully that's just a one-off and it's not something that he has problems with outside of the ring. But anywho, we don't want another Errol Spence situation. But be that as it may, Pacheco needs to try and actually step his foot on the gas here because Sean McCalman is actually growing into this fight a little bit, as some of you guys are saying in the chat. He's not actually doing that badly, okay? He's now halfway through the fight. And if he can get through 5 more rounds, who knows what he can actually do here. McCalman now on the back foot. Pacheco coming forward. Big swing and a miss from McCalman. McCalman firing back. McCalman is just being very savvy. He's obviously studied Pacheco, as some of you guys were saying. He's done his homework on Pacheco because he knows where the attacks are coming from. He's not throwing a lot of punches himself, but defensively, McCalman has been pretty solid. He's against the ropes now. Pacheco is walking him down. Pacheco needs to try and counter or corner him and actually let his hands go. Maybe Pacheco has just been overconfident in this fight, to be honest. Maybe he's just come in there and assumed that he's going to blast McCalman out of here. Now, Pacheco connects, but McCalman comes straight back. McCalman is fighting pretty well, actually. He's tying Pacheco up on the inside effectively. A little bit of rabbit punching there. But you know what? Pacheco is not impressing me in these last couple of rounds. A referee is telling McCalman not to use the shoulder. He called it an elbow, but actually he's telling him not to use the shoulder to hit Pacheco in the head. Pacheco comes out with a jab now, doubling it up. McCalman on the back foot. McCalman manages to connect with Pacheco. Pacheco can't fire anything back. Pacheco looks a little bit fatigued here. I was expecting him to have picked the volume up, be putting the pressure on, and basically dominating the fight by round 6. I picked him to get the stoppage in this round. That's not the way it's playing out. He's being outworked by McCalman in the clinches. Jab connects. Now McCalman comes forward. Pacheco coming forward, and he can't land anything. He tried to go for a big uppercut at the end of the round. McCalman is lucky that he didn't walk into that. I don't know, guys. What do you think? Who do you have winning the fight? Pacheco not looking great. Shoulder, elbow, what's the difference? Exactly, JYD. Adam, good question. If anybody's keeping score, Chris Mannix is. I'm not sure who's winning this fight. Pacheco's not looked great, though. He hasn't impressed me that much. I don't know. I hope he hasn't been drinking with David Benavidez before the fight. Allegedly. It's just my opinion, but Pacheco not looking good. I joke, but his performance at a certain point needs to pick up here. So let's see, guys. If anybody is keeping score, post your score in the chat. Let's go, guys. I don't know how the judges are going to score this fight, but at any rate, round number 7 getting underway. Pacheco in the pink shorts, McCalman in the black shorts. The fight is being fought in the clinches right now. McCalman landing a rabbit punch on the back of the head of Pacheco, prompting the referee to break them up. They go straight back to the clinch. The referee breaks them up again. Pacheco tried to come over the top with a straight left or a straight left down the pipe. It did not land. And again, McCalman able to tie him up in the clinches. Pacheco tries to land a big left hook on the break. It does not get through either. McCalman is possibly on his way to an upset here, guys. I'm not sure, but he possibly is on his way to an upset. It's not out of the question from my point of view that McCalman can get the upset in this fight if he can keep banking rounds. I don't know how the judges are scoring this one, but McCalman getting the upset here is not out of the question in my book if he can keep boxing like this. Let me know in the chat, guys, how you guys have this fight being scored. But yeah. All right, guys. McCalman now has got a minute left in this round, and then he's got to survive 3 more rounds, try and do as best he can to score some points. And who knows? Who knows what he can do here? Whether or not he can actually have any success, whether or not he can actually pull this off on the scorecards. Don't worry, Bryce. I appreciate you joining in. Yeah, I mean, Adam, McCalman's not that bad, I have to say. I underestimated him. I thought Pacheco was going to have him out of here by now, but actually doesn't seem to be the case, really. Does not seem to be the case at this point in time. Woo. Guys. Yeah, this one said it would go past 7 or it would not go past 7. Yeah, and Trey, he is actually living up to the amazing name, truthfully. So this fight is about to go past 7 unless Pacheco can land something right here in the last 5 seconds. He's trying his best to do it, but McCalman is actually firing back. He's not backing down in this exchange. Okay, whoa. McCalman is not actually afraid to get into these exchanges with Pacheco. At certain point, guys, I think at a certain point, the Pacheco corner needs to be concerned. Wouldn't go past 7. Yeah, and it has. It's now gone past 7 rounds. 3 rounds to go. And the thing that's impressed me is that McCalman has had a very good performance here. I thought his performance was not going to... truthfully, I thought Pacheco was going to have him out of here. I said that before, round 6. But instead, we're heading into round 8. And not only is Pacheco struggling to get him out of here, it's actually looking potentially like Pacheco might even lose this fight. I would not be surprised as well if we get a bad judging decision here, guys. It would not shock me. The referee's just separating them. Here we go, round number 8. Pacheco coming forward, using the jab. McCalman on his back foot. Chris Mannix now has the fight for what it's worth, even 57-57. He had Pacheco winning those last 2 rounds. Now McCalman actually unloads with a nice combination. Makes Pacheco back off, get out of the way. Pacheco is backing off here. He's actually looks like he's respecting the power of McCalman. And as you guys are saying, McCalman is no slouch, actually. Either that or Pacheco didn't take him seriously. My guess is it's probably a mixture of both. I think Pacheco hasn't taken this fight as seriously as he should have, and I think McCalman is doing better than a lot of people expected him to. Now McCalman pivots out of the corner, lands a nice uppercut on Pacheco, but Pacheco, don't get it confused. He's still got that power as he connects with a jab, and McCalman is respecting it. McCalman's on the back foot. He's being very cautious. McCalman can't be complacent either. I think both fighters have a chance to win this here. The referee is stopping the fight. There's some item, I am not sure what it is, has fallen off of one of the fighters. It's some kind of ring, a hairband possibly. I think actually a hairband has fallen off of the head of McCalman. The referee sent him to the corner. I don't know if they were going to fix his hair, but now the referee has told him to get back in the ring. Pacheco is walking McCalman down in any event, and McCalman is ducking to try and avoid these power shots. Big hook missed from Pacheco. Pacheco is looking very focused here, trying to get the stoppage with 1 minute to go in the 8th round. McCalman firing out the jab. Diego's going to need to step it up. I agree. Manic scored round 7, 0-0. Yeah, I don't think that was the right score. I thought that the round was not that bad. I don't think it should have been 0-0, truthfully. I think that's a bit harsh on both fighters. But 35 seconds to go in this, the 8th round. Both guys digging in some shots here in the clinch. Now, Pacheco, he's going to be very, very disappointed with his performance in this fight if he doesn't manage to get the stoppage. Because what at first looked calculating and controlled, now with 15 seconds left in the 8th round, is starting to look sluggish and out of condition and not so much calculated and actually just... But they are exchanging punches now. Pacheco landed a body shot. McCalman fired back. 2 rounds to go. I don't know who's winning this fight. It's close. My gut says Pacheco probably will get the benefit of the decision from the judges. But McCalman could very easily also be up on the scorecards here. I genuinely don't know who's going to win this fight. And Adam Hurley saying in the chat that this is the toughest fighter Pacheco has faced. And I agree. I also think it might be the best fighter that Pacheco has faced in terms of his boxing skills. And not only that, I'm just speculating here, but it feels like McCalman has actually prepared as they're taping his hair at the back now. I think it was some kind of hairband that came out of his dreadlocks in the last round. But Pacheco looks out of shape, to be honest with you, in his corner, or out of breath, rather, coming out of his corner. I think he hasn't been taking McCalman seriously, and I think McCalman has prepared for Pacheco seriously. So McCalman has 2 minutes or 2 rounds left to try and get a major upset here. And Pacheco and McCalman in the clinch, center of the ring. McCalman dug in a body shot, came swinging with a right hand. Now, guys, McCalman is on the verge of a major upset here, but he can't afford to give away these rounds. And I think, truthfully, he needs to try and actually win these rounds more than just avoid getting KO'd. So McCalman has got 2 minutes left now. And both fighters are clinching. McCalman digs in with a body shot. Body shot lands from McCalman. Pacheco now goes to the body, goes to the head. Body shot lands from McCalman. Both fighters digging in shots in the clinch. A minute and 50 seconds to go in round number 9. McCalman bends down low to avoid an overhand shot from Pacheco. Pacheco needs to try and pull this out here, guys. Can't afford to just be complacent and give this away. Pacheco landed some big shots there, but McCalman eats them. McCalman appears to have a pretty decent chin on him as well. McCalman digging in some body shots now. The fight is being fought at close range. A minute 12 to go in round number 9. Pacheco tries to land a big uppercut. McCalman is holding on at this point. He's trying to get out of this round. He's not in danger of being stopped, but he's trying, I think. It could be the upset of the night, Eugene. I agree. This one is headed to being a potential upset. I think Pacheco probably winning the 9th round, working McCalman to the body. McCalman's clinching, by the way, has been very good. He's used the clinch. Now he comes to the body of Pacheco. I don't know why they're so focused on attacking the body at this point of the fight. McCalman's stamina is holding up fine. I think at this point they need to try and go for the stoppage, not just tiring him out. 20 seconds to go. Uppercut lands from Pacheco. Shots landing on the belt line of Pacheco. McCalman is firing back. Pacheco, both guys are exchanging. McCalman comes flying forward. Big bombs landing from Pacheco. That was probably Pacheco's best round, possibly, of the fight. But I don't know if it was going to be enough. And McCalman actually ate a lot of those shots. McCalman ate a lot of those punches, and he actually showed that he has a pretty decent chin on him as well. He ate body shots. He ate head shots. McCalman has shown a lot of decent attributes, guys. He's shown body movement. He's shown head movement. He's shown the ability to move his feet. He's shown that he prepared for this fight as well. And I'm going to go so far as to say that I think McCalman, I don't know who's winning this either, JYD, but I will go so far as to say that I think McCalman actually prepared for this fight better than Pacheco did. I'm not 100% sure, but I do get the sense that McCalman prepared for this fight better than Pacheco. And Pacheco, I think, has just been complacent. Round number 10, guys. This is the last round. This is a 10-rounder. Chris Mannix has now got Pacheco up by 3 rounds, which I don't necessarily agree with that. But I have to be honest and say that the commentary on the DAZN broadcast has a tendency to be a little bit biased in favor of the home fighter. Now, Pacheco is trying to work McCalman to the body. McCalman needs to come out. The referee is calling time. The referee has given McCalman another warning for using the shoulder, but he has yet to deduct a point. Pacheco now coming forward. McCalman lands a right hand. Pacheco and McCalman exchanging on the inside, or rather not exchanging, but clinching on the inside. McCalman trying to work the body. Both guys trying to work in some body shots in the clinch. Pacheco missed with an uppercut. McCalman and Pacheco working on the inside. Both guys in the clinch. Referee separates them. We've got a minute and 50 seconds to go. Pacheco is really going for the stoppage. He wants to try and get the knockout here. I think he's embarrassed that the fight has gone this long because I really believe he felt he was going to get McCalman out of there quickly. And McCalman, for his part, is doing his very best, not only to survive in the fight, but actually to potentially pull out the victory on the scorecards. I have no idea which way this one is going to go. My gut says Pacheco will get the benefit of a judge's decision, but McCalman here, if he can have a dominant end to this round, could very well give himself the opportunity to pull off the upset of the night here. However way you slice it, though, this has not been an outstanding performance from Diego Pacheco as McCalman misses there with a right hand. It nearly landed flush on the chin of Pacheco. McCalman with the uppercut, and that didn't land either. Body shots being exchanged in the clinch. Pacheco is landing some big bombs on McCalman. McCalman holding on, but he's landing an uppercut on Pacheco. Pacheco trying to alternate hooks to the head and body. Pacheco is really trying to get the stoppage here. 35 seconds left, and McCalman, he's not backing down. 30 seconds left in the fight. Who's going to take it? McCalman needs to do his best to back Pacheco up. Power shots of his own in order to impress the judges. Instead, he's relying too much on the clinch. The crowd is not enjoying this, JYD. I agree with you. This has not been an amazing fight from the perspective of Diego Pacheco's performance, but he's going to try his best to get this fight not to go the distance. McCalman manages to hang on. McCalman was a slick, tricky fighter. I don't know how this one's going to go on the scorecards, guys, but whatever the result, McCalman deserves a lot of credit in this fight. McCalman did a lot better than I gave him credit for. Pacheco did a lot worse than I expected him to. How did you guys score this fight? What did you guys think of Diego Pacheco's performance? I did not think it was great. I thought at the beginning it looked surgical and precise, and by the end I was thinking he was really trying to go for the knockout. But in between that, I thought Pacheco actually looked out of shape. I didn't think he looked focused. And was it the worst performance in the world? No. But given that very few people expected this fight to go past 7, then I think that wasn't great. And I think you guys are probably right that Pacheco gets the benefit of the judge's decision. It feels like this card has been going on for a long time, but we still have the main event to come. Richardson Hitchens against Lemos. And I don't know what's going to happen in that fight, to be honest with you now, because it looked like this fight was going to be one in which Pacheco scored a very impressive and dominant victory, but in actual fact, it actually ended up in such a way that I think that was a disappointing performance from Pacheco, but we will have to see how it plays out in the judges' eyes, guys. We will have to see. I don't know which way this is going to go, guys. All right. How do the judges score this fight? $97, $93, $96, $94. Unanimous decision. I didn't catch the first scorecards. Sorry. You were right, Adam. Okay. So it's probably going to be Pacheco. So Pacheco won. Not a great performance as far as I'm concerned, but 98-92 was the first card. Thank you, JYD. I didn't think it was a very impressive performance. What did you guys think? I didn't think Pacheco did great in this fight. I don't think this fight was, or this performance was amazing. I got to be honest with you guys. I did not think it was an amazing performance from Diego Pacheco. They're talking about him against Berlanga, I will tell you this right now. On that performance, he got stopped by Canelo. If he did that against Canelo, he got stopped. Most likely. Do I know that for sure? No. But my most likely assessment of that performance is he got stopped. Truthfully. I don't know. We will have to see. All right, guys. Just the main event coming up next. Pacheco. No, it doesn't help. I agree, JYD. It wasn't anything to write home about Pacheco's performance, and it doesn't help his stock. I agree. And I think the commentators are being overly generous. I don't think he is ready for any of these big fights, to be honest with you. I don't know, guys. let's go and get this main event underway. This card, like I say, has gone on longer than I thought it would. Let's get this one on the main event. Let's get this one underway, guys. All right. I don't know. Pacheco is saying in the interview that I just get the sense he didn't prepare that well for this fight, truthfully. That's my impression of this. I just don't think that Pacheco actually prepared that well for this fight. He's being interviewed by Chris Mannix. They're saying that they want a top 10 guy. He asked Pacheco said he wants anybody in the top 10, and then he also in the same breath didn't actually name. Yeah, the boxer card was way better. To be honest, I'm going to be honest and say that a lot of the Matchroom shows are like this, though. Like the big cards, but in between the big cards, there's a lot of this. And I guess in fairness, Boxer doesn't actually put on a lot of shows in between. So Boxer doesn't run as many shows. Matchroom is pretty much running a show every week. And I guess, that's a tougher challenge. They're not all going to be hits, but yeah, not been a great one, if I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. As far as I'm concerned, not been a great card. So it is what it is. But I agree also. I think the Boxer card is outdoing this one from last week. I agree with that. Lemos is a live dog against Hitchens. Well, you know what? After this, I'm going to agree because I thought initially that this fight was not going to be competitive at all. And that's actually been the complete opposite of what actually took place. So who knows? Who knows what's actually going to play out in this one, guys? I really don't know how it's going to go. But David Benavidez, he's leaving the ring. And Diego Pacheco leaving the ring with his entourage in tow. He's got some WBA minor title with him as well. I think he missed an opportunity here. And I think McCalman was... There's a lot of empty seats, I have to say, guys. There's a lot of empty seats in the crowd for this. For whatever that's worth. But the main event, is coming up, and there's still a lot of empty seats in the crowd. I have to be completely honest about that. There's been a lot of empty seats in the crowd. One fight to go, guys. Richardson Hitchens against Gustavo Lemos. The main event. And after this fight, guys, who knows what will happen? Who knows how this one's going to end, guys? I honestly thought Pacheco was going to dominate that fight. And so now I'm less confident that I'm less confident actually now. I'm less confident than I was before the fight that that's going to happen. But yeah, guys, let's go. Let's get into it, guys. The main event, we've got yet another promo package airing. There's been a lot of promo packages, in my opinion, too many. Let's go. Main event. Yeah, remind us of your bets again, Bryce. What were the bets that you placed again? How did that work out? What remind us of your bets again. So yeah, guys, if you're tuning into the live stream, which I appreciate you guys for sticking with this one. It's been a long card, but I appreciate you guys tuning in, sticking with this one. And we've got one more fight to go, which is the main event. If Richardson Hitchens wins this one, let's just assume that he does. Who do you guys think Hitchens can realistically face next? Who would you guys realistically put in next? Who would you guys be putting next for Hitchens if he actually manages to win this fight? I don't know what you guys are thinking for this main event as well, but the main event is coming up next. They're airing, by the way, right now, a promo package for Tyson Fury. Well, not a promo package, an interview, rather, with Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury saying he doesn't care anything about his performance against Ngannou. He obviously does. He was very embarrassed. Tyson Fury. How about Castro? Main event could be a barn burner. Jack Catterall, yeah, that's not bad. If Catterall wins, then yeah, that could be. Assuming Catterall wins, that's a decent shout, to be honest. Gary A. Russell, that could work also. Yeah, Gary Russell. Either one of those could work. Gary Russell. I would kind of go for Gary Russell, actually. I kind of like that one, guys. But Jack Catterall, that could work too. Abdullah Mason, yep. That's not a bad shout either. I like Gary Russell probably the most, but Abdullah Mason could work also. Okay, guys, finally the main event is coming up next. And I agree with what you guys are saying. Is the main event have a combined record? I believe it's close to that, to be honest with you. They have the main event. They do have. What are the main events records? I feel like it's not 81-0 though, because Hitchens is 17-0. I think Lemos is, what is he? Lemos is 30-0, right? Or 29-0, something. Lemos is close to about 30-0. So I think their combined record is actually under 50-0, to be honest. I don't think it's 81-0. I think it's, unless you're including both the main event and the co-main event. And in that case, yes, I think it probably is close to that. All right, guys. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Yeah, I don't think they're 82-0, guys. I think they're less than that, unless I'm mistaken. But I'm pretty sure Hitchens is 17-0 and Lemos is something like 30-0-ish. So I think they have fewer than 50 combined wins between them. Maybe we're talking about the co-main and the main together, like including Pacheco and McCalman. And now we're getting another promo package for Devin Haney against Ryan Garcia. I mean, we've had a lot of these, guys. We've had a lot of these promo packages. It's time to get into the main event. Just more Devin Haney stuff. Haney is in the grocery store, and Ryan Garcia has given some interviews. That's basically what's going on here. Both co-mains are 82-0. Yeah. I think that makes a lot more sense. Okay, guys. Here we go. Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia is coming up in 2 weeks now. Meanwhile, Pacheco did win, yes, but it wasn't a great performance. And to be honest, I think he nearly lost. So we're just taking a very long time to get this main event underway, guys. Just taking our time to get this main event underway. And I don't know who's going to win this fight, guys. Guys, I really don't think Richardson Hitchens is going to lose. Bryce, if that wins, though, I'll be very impressed. That's a lot of things that have to go right. Yeah, how much is that paying out? Because that must have pretty decent odds. The odds for that one must be pretty good. All right, guys. Let's get this main event going, guys. I really don't know what the holdup is. Probably going to be another, let me say, half hour before, not half hour, probably 15 minutes before we get the main event, actually the first bell at this point, guys. Probably got, I'm going to say this fight goes the distance. And I've said every other one goes to a stoppage. So the one that I say is going the distance probably actually ends in a stoppage. But yeah, it looks like in the crowd there are a lot of empty seats for this fight, guys. It looks like there are a lot of empty seats. I don't know what the interest is in this event or why there's not more interest in it, but very, very few people seem to be in attendance for this one. Even for the main event. Even for the main event, it seems like there's a lot of promo packages. They're interviewing Eddie Hearn now as well. And they're talking about Usyk against Fury now. We just had a promo package for Haney against Garcia. They're really taking their time building up to the main event. It's unfortunately going to be, I think, a little bit longer, but hopefully the main event will be worth it, guys. Let me know in the chat. Do you think this is going to go the distance, or do you think that it's going to end up not reaching it all the way to 12? How are you guys feeling about this one? Go the distance or not? Yeah, I really don't understand. They're really trying to hype up this stuff. Yeah, you're right, Adam. None of them are stars yet. But that's why I don't understand why they put them all on one card, though. Like, it would have made more sense to me to put some of these fights, like, spread them out across other cards. For instance, they have the Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney pay-per-view coming up in a few weeks. My assessment of it, Lemos to flatten him, it could be, but I will be surprised. But hey, if that happens, that'd be pretty exciting. I mean, from my perspective, I will say this, guys. It would have made more sense to at least put some of these people, I think, on the Haney Garcia undercard. Now, I think from Matchroom's point of view and in their defense, one thing I think that it's difficult to put on a weekly card like this and expect them all to be good. I don't think that the stable of fighters that they have is really good enough to be putting on a weekly competitive shows. That's my opinion. Like, I think that in an ideal, yeah, empty seats cost money. That's true. I think in an ideal world, they probably would either have a better stable or not be putting on a card every single week. But anyway, this card here, the main event is coming up next, and Richardson Hitchens is in the back in his locker room He's hitting the mitts. He's getting ready to make his walk to the ring. Any minute now, I would expect. And we are getting ready, guys. We're getting ready for this fight, for this main event. We're just listening to Eddie Hearn. Let's go, guys. Now we're just getting to hear the commentators, Clarissa Shields, Sergio Mora, Todd Grisham, their commentary right before the main event. I agree, Adam. Well, I mean, thank you for agreeing with me. But yeah, that's my thoughts. I think if they didn't have a card every week, it'd be better. Because I think part of the problem, truthfully, is that they have a contract. My guess is that they have a contract with DAZN that asks them to put on a card every single week. I'm assuming that's part of the deal because Matchroom was on Sky Sports in the UK for years. And I think that I'm just speculating, but I think part of their contract with DAZN probably required them to put on a card every single week. And I think that's great in a way, but I don't think they have the stable to be able to do that. And in fairness, if you guys follow the UFC as well, the UFC puts on pretty solid cards. I would say overall, on average, more competitive, but even the UFC has struggled at times to be able to find, because UFC 300, their big pay-per-view is coming up next week. And the main event for that one is arguably, in my opinion, a little bit underwhelming because they have to fill these weekly cards and it's meant that not everybody's available. So I do think if Matchroom had not had to fill on, yeah, I agree, JYD. I mean, I do think that the UFC, I understand that they have, all the fighters in-house, so it's easier from that point of view. But I do think that the UFC is doing a better job actually being able to, put on these cards that are entertaining on a week-to-week basis. But the thing is, boxing can get there as well. Like, boxing has a lot of room to improve, and that means that in the future, we will get boxing to where the UFC is now. Not necessarily through just one promotion, but I just mean having competitive cards every week, having more exciting cards. Like, that's going to happen. Boxing will get there. It's just unfortunately not there. It's just not there at the moment, but it will improve. It will get there with time. I mean, I will say this. We're going to have some incredible main events coming up in the next few weeks. Like some of these Saudi shows, Tyson Fury. I mean, we have Haney, we have Canelo, we have Tyson Fury and Usyk, and then we have Jai Opetaia, Maris Bradis, and then we have June 1st, Bivol, Beterbiev, and then rumors of Philip Hrgovic versus Daniel Dubois, Deontay Wilder, and Zhilei Zhang, all on the same card. So, I mean, these are some big events coming up in the next few months, which truthfully are better than anything that's, been put on like in that short of a space of time for a while. But I just think, yeah, we need to. I agree, JYD. I think it's a real shame that they couldn't have had Tom Aspinall against somebody. Tom Aspinall against John Jones would have been the ideal situation, but from my point of view, but I think I'm assuming also the UFC probably was hoping to have Conor on that card, but he isn't in shape or whatever his issues are. He wasn't able to do that. All right, guys. So here we go. Both fighters are now getting ready. It's a late one here, guys. Already after midnight on the East Coast. You can tell really which fighter is the house fighter and which one's the not house fighter, like the one that they're not basically trying to have win, because Lemos is warming up in what looks like outside of a bathroom, whereas Richardson Hitchens had a much more plush settings for his warming up. And Lemos is the underdog, and he's going to have his work cut out for him. He also has a significant reach disadvantage, by the way. All right, guys. Let's go. The main event, David Diamante is giving his entrance. El Electrico, Gustavo Lemos. Man, guys, I am telling you, if you guys aren't seeing this on TV, there is literally an entire section of empty seats, pretty much about maybe 5 rows back from ringside, and there is an entire section of empty seats. El Electrico, that's not a bad name. It sounds pretty cool to me. It sounds pretty cool to me, but Richardson Hitchens, zero atmosphere, JYD. I agree. Lemos has power. I hope we can get some kind of an upset here. That would just make this card more exciting. An upset here would be pretty cool. So let's have a let's see, guys. Let's see what happens here with this main event, because every other card on our fight on this card has ended with the favorite winning. But there have actually been some surprising performances. So let's see what El Electrico can potentially pull off here. Now here comes Richardson Hitchens. He said he didn't care about getting the knockout in this fight, but I think it would certainly do him good if he was able to do it. Now Hitchens, it's kind of a worrying sign that Richardson Hitchens has had such a low atmosphere for this fight, because at some point his inability to draw is going to cause him problems as far as his ability to actually get the big fights that he's looking for. All right, guys. Let's go. Richardson Hitchens making his way to the ring. There's a lot of hype around him. He needs to deliver an exciting performance, though, here. Otherwise, I think that, like I say, he's going to struggle to get in some of these bigger fights. All right, guys. Both fighters are in the ring. Hitchens' last fight against Jose Zapata was not amazing. It was not amazing. But let's see. And when I say it wasn't amazing, I don't mean it was a bad performance. I just mean that Richardson Hitchens is not basically letting the world or lighting the world on fire here. I don't know, guys. Let's see what we're going to get into here. Richardson Hitchens, Gustavo Lemos. I appreciate you guys sticking with me as well. It's been a bit of a slow one, this card, but I do appreciate you guys sticking with me. Hopefully we can get a decently exciting main event. Richardson Hitchens, Gustavo Lemos. And the main event, guys. I do like Hitchens' ring gear, though. If you can't see it, he's coming out wearing white trunks with red and blue, kind of basically American flag colors, but he's got white as the predominant color. It looks pretty sharp. I kind of like it. The atmosphere, I have to say, is completely dead here, guys. No atmosphere at all. I agree. Even Diamante doesn't sound great in this one. Bobic versus Drago. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Roy Munson, and thanks for hanging in here. It must be a late night, early morning almost now for you in Ireland. But there's a lot of empty seats here, and I'm not sure why, but even David Diamante is struggling here, I think, to get on top of his game for this one. And it's true, the UFC cards, they're quick. The main card for the UFC, it's 3 hours. And depending on how quickly the fights go, it might even be less than 3 hours. So they do have little promos and interviews and stuff, but they don't drag on as long. A main UFC card, doesn't stretch on for 5 hours. It's just 3 hours, 2 hours and 45 minutes, something like that. And yeah, admittedly, they have a pre-show, a prelims, and an early prelims, but the actual main pay-per-view portion of the card of this show, if this one goes 12 rounds, then this show will have been 5 hours long. Whereas with the UFC, you're going to get just under 3 hours for most of the shows. And it does make it a lot more watchable, I think. Richardson Hitchens, 17-0 with 7 KOs. He's from Brooklyn. All right, guys. Richardson Hitchens is getting his introduction from David Diamante. He's got Eddie Hearn in his corner. Let's see, guys. Lemos. Man, guys, I hate to keep bringing it up, but there's so many empty seats here. There's no atmosphere at all for this. All right, the referee, which is a shame because this could be an interesting fight, by the way, so we'll see. This could be a good fight, but let's see. All right, guys. Hitchens, Lemos. Let's get into it, guys. This one is going to be the main event, and it could hopefully, I'm hoping this will be an exciting fight. So let's get into it. The main event underway. Gustavo Lemos, Richardson Hitchens. The opening bell now has sounded. Here we go, guys. Richardson Hitchens straight away on the back foot, using his jab, trying to control distance. Gustavo Lemos, he's coming forward aggressively. He's got Hitchens cornered. Hitchens clinches, gets out of the corner, and he's using his jab. Popping that jab out there is Lemos. Lemos swinging wildly. He's letting his power shots go. Hitchens looking composed, though, not looking very flustered at all. Richardson Hitchens looking composed. He's looking smooth. Nice jab from Hitchens. Double jab. Lemos, he's just trying to swing with big haymakers here. Got to be careful because Hitchens is so slick. Got to be careful not just to come forward swinging with these big bombs. I assume the idea here with Lemos is that if he keeps walking forward, he's going to eventually catch Hitchens with that big overhand right. But Richardson is being very smart, using the clinch and trying to neutralize that overhand right before it can land. Jab lands from Hitchens. Uppercut from Lemos. Left hook, right hook missed from Lemos. Richardson Hitchens using his jab. Hitchens working the clinch again as he was trapped in the corner. Body shot below the belt from Hitchens. Hook lands from Hitchens. Jab lands from Hitchens. Lemos coming forward and just swinging away with these big bombs. Got to be careful or Hitchens is going to catch him here with something. But Lemos has Hitchens in the corner. Unloads on him. But Hitchens ties him up. Jab coming back. Lemos now targeting the body of Hitchens. But the thing is, it's not really doing a ton of damage. It looks impressive. They're big, heavy punches. But it's not really dropping, or rather knocking Richardson off his game at all. He still looks very calm, very composed. Boxing off of the back foot. Big haymakers just missing repeatedly from Lemos. It looks impressive, but it's not being very effective in my opinion. And I think Hitchens is probably winning this round comfortably. We will see. Lemos is not planning on 12. I agree. Lemos is not planning on 12. I agree, but the question is, if he's not careful, he's going to get caught with stuff, and Hitchens might be able to counter here, okay? So that's going to be the issue for him if he's not careful. All right, guys. Round number 2. Round number 2, guys. Big bombs landing. Lemos is looking pretty solid coming forward. Lemos now, he's just coming forward straight away on the front foot again. All right, guys. Hitchens coming forward now. Or rather, Lemos coming forward. Hitchens is on the back foot. Hitchens is using his jab very effectively. I like what I'm seeing from Hitchens with the jab. Lemos has got him trapped against the ropes, but I don't think these punches are as effective as they look, guys. I think they're slapping more on the sides of Hitchens' body. I don't think they're actually landing as cleanly as it looks, and I don't think these combinations are actually... Hitchens didn't enjoy that, but I don't know if these combinations are actually causing him as much trouble as it seems like they could be. Now, guys, that's just my opinion. 2 minutes left in round number 2, okay? Richardson Hitchens working the jab. Lemos coming forward, going to the body. Hitchens on the back foot, moving around the ring. Just those big, powerful hooks swinging in from Lemos. They're big punches, guys. They're big shots. And if they land repeatedly, they will have an effect. Whew. All right, guys. These shots will cause problems if they keep landing like this. Hitchens backed into the corner, but he's clinching. He's hanging on. Ooh, big shot landed there from Lemos. He caught Hitchens with a big right hook. Lemos still coming forward. Hitchens is very effective in the clinch. Lemos is working the body. I think if he was to come up top on Hitchens a bit more, he's really loading up with these big bombs, but they're just not landing enough, guys. I just don't think it's as effective as it looks, and I don't think it's actually causing Hitchens as many problems as it probably looks like it is, but that's just my opinion from the outside. Hitchens now using his jab. Lemos comes back with a jab of his own. 20 seconds left to go in the round, guys. Lemos walking forward, digging to the body and coming over the top with the right hand. Lemos jabbing to the body. going up top with a hook. Now Hitchens is going to get to go back to his corner, having moved very well on the outside in that second round. But I do think Lemos needs to work on being a little bit more either accurate with his shots or target the head of Hitchens more. Because when he goes in low, and he's the much shorter fighter, when he goes in low to the body, it's giving Richardson Hitchens a prime opportunity to clinch him, especially when he's up against the ropes. So, guys, we've got the third round about to get underway. There's been some big exchange, or rather big combinations landed from Lemos. There have been some big punches, but they haven't caused, I don't think, Pacheco, or rather Pacheco, Hitchens, a huge amount of problems. Crowd is not into this fight from what I can hear either. All right. All right, guys, let's go. Richardson Hitchens, Gustavo Lemos, round number 3. Hitchens on the back foot. Once again, Lemos coming forward. Lemos is just relentlessly coming forward, and he's really throwing bombs here. He's really, really trying to let his hands go and throw. Got that kind of Mike Tyson style, but Lemos is actually, he's very, it could be, yeah. You guys, I'm just catching up on the chat, but you guys are right. Lemos has some spiteful body work here. And he's landing away with some big bombs. Lemos targeting Richardson Hitchens to the body. Hitchens, he must have prepared for this, though, right? He must have expected this type of attack from Lemos, who's just walking forward. Relentless pressure from Lemos. Hitchens trying to get on his bike, trying to get on his back foot, popping out his jab. Lemos, he's trying to get inside that long reach of Richardson Hitchens. There's a significant reach disadvantage for Lemos. He targets the body repeatedly with hooks and uppercuts. But Hitchens is very good in the clinch. And he's got 1 minute and 20 seconds left in this round now. I don't see Lemos stopping him in this one, I will say. In this round, rather. He's too wild with these shots. But maybe Hitchens is in more trouble than I think. Maybe, I mean, because they're big, big shots. Maybe this is causing Hitchens to have to slow down and think about things a little bit more carefully than he normally wants to. Lemos is coming forward now. Oh, big, big right hook landed on the chin of Hitchens. Lemos, right hook to the body. Hitchens is slowing down. It has to be said. Lemos, this relentless pressure, if he can keep this up, it's causing Hitchens problems. Hitchens going, or rather Lemos going to the body. Hitchens hitting him upstairs. Hitchens working the body as well. Coming up top. Hitchens coming back to the head of Lemos. It's just that clinch work. If Hitchens wasn't able to work in the clinch so much, he would be in serious trouble here. Lemos uses some decent head movement at the end of the round. I'm not sure what Team Hitchens is going to be thinking after this. I'm pretty sure they will have known what Lemos was going to be bringing to the table style-wise. But Hitchens in his corner. They're telling Hitchens to go to the inside and on the break, or rather in the clinches, to actually push him backwards so that he can work him instead of just clinching and not getting any work done. So we'll see what Hitchens actually manages to do. But that was the advice from his corner. Target the body. and push off in the clinches so that he can get more work done. And yeah, you see here Hitchens stepping off in the clinch. But right away, Lemos able to work to the body as well in the clinches. They're telling Hitchens to go to the body. He hasn't done so yet. Lemos swinging to the body, swinging to the head. Just relentless pressure from him. He's just coming forward nonstop. Hitchens tying him up, rather. But just constant shots being thrown from Lemos. Hitchens has just got to be careful that he doesn't get caught with too many big bombs, because Lemos is just coming forward relentlessly in round 4 and in all 3 of the preceding rounds. But now Hitchens is doing decently with his jab. Lemos throwing bombs back. Hitchens going to the body. Or rather, Lemos going to the body of Hitchens. Jab doubling up. Right hand to the body. Lemos is just very wild with his shots up against the ropes. And that's allowing Hitchens to avoid, I think, taking the full brunt of the punishment. All right. Hitchens is coming forward, or rather, Lemos is coming forward, and Hitchens is trying his very best on the inside to get out of the way, step back and try and load up and land some shots. All right, guys. You have it 3-0 Lemos. A couple of other people on another podcast have it 3-0 Lemos. Okay. Yeah, it was kind of weird in the corner with Hitchens and his corner. I agree, Tim G. The underdogs this weekend, Tim G, I agree. And it is a weird fight by Lemos. Yeah. What do you guys think of the fight so far? I mean, Lemos could be winning the fight 3-0 on the cards. At the same time, they might be scoring possibly the more accurate punches from Hitchens as well. So I'm not sure which way this one's going to be going, truthfully. And I think you also have to say that the house fighter being Hitchens, they're going to give him every chance to try and win the fight, I think, the judges being they. Hitchens landed a couple of uppercuts there. Lemos, though, he's just coming forward nonstop, and I think he's going to the body, Lemos, of Hitchens. Lemos just swinging and missing again over the top, not managing to connect with anything there. 10 seconds left in the round, guys. Round number 4 about to come to an end. Richardson Hitchens. All right. Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. About to start round number 5. About to start round number 5. Who do you guys have winning it? 3-1 Lemos. Okay. Yeah, I probably thought Hitchens won that last round as well. I don't know what you guys feel about the fight so far, but yeah, I think probably it could be like JYD is scoring it, to be honest with you. Hitchens and Lemos. Round number 5 is underway, guys. You're enjoying the fight, Mr. TJ. I'm glad you have it even. I'm glad you're enjoying the fight, Mr. TJ. Chris Mannix also has it even 38-38. I think that could work also. Lemos just coming forward again. He's throwing bombs. Hitchens is using his movement. The thing here is Hitchens' movement. He keeps getting trapped up against the ropes, and Lemos is just not landing enough big shots, I think. Hitchens might be able to catch him as well. if he can time him properly, Hitchens is going to be able to catch him with something and potentially stop, or rather, do some damage here in this fight. All right. Ooh. Hitchens lands a nice combination on Lemos. Lemos is now being backed off by Hitchens. Hitchens landed a nice combination of hooks to the head of Lemos, and now Lemos looks like he's slowing down a little bit. To be honest with you, now Hitchens is actually starting to do some decent work here. I think he's starting to turn the fight around. He's now landing cleanly with the jab, and those hooks and combinations are doing effective work as well. I don't know if Hitchens is actually winning the fight before this round, but I think he will be probably winning it after round number 5 if it keeps going like this. Jab from Hitchens. Now Lemos is grinning and just coming straight forward. So that's kind of a bad sign from my point of view, because that means that he probably was stung by some of those shots. Hitchens now tying up Lemos on the inside. Lemos trying to work Hitchens over. Jab coming through from Hitchens. 30 seconds to go now in round number 5. Lemos, it's very frustrating to watch because each time he has Hitchens up against the ropes, he comes very close to landing these big bombs, but he's just swinging so wildly. And Hitchens is a lot more precise and accurate. Lemos again backing Hitchens up. 10 seconds to go in the round now. Work being done to the body of Hitchens by Lemos. He goes up to the top. And that's it for round number 5, guys. Nearly at the halfway point of this fight. One more round, and then we will be through the halfway stage. I appreciate that, Mr. TJ. Thank you. No, Mr. TJ, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate all of you guys tuning in for this card. I really do. I know it's a late one. I don't know for which, depending on what time zones you guys are watching in. It's a late one for me. Yeah, I agree, Mr. TJ. That did get him back. Whew. All right, guys. Round number 6 coming up next. Richardson Hitchens in his corner. I noticed one thing in the corner is there's a lot of conflicting advice going on. Like a lot of the corner, or rather, there's 3 different people speaking at the same time. And then as Hitchens goes into the ring, there's some other guy yelling at him from the crowd. Like there seemed to be a lot of chaos going on. There seemed to be a lot of chaos going on, truthfully, in the corner. All right, guys. I think Clarissa Shields on the commentary is not super impressed with the work being done by Lemos because of his lack of accuracy. And I think that's a fair point, to be honest with you. I think the lack of accuracy from Lemos is probably actually hurting him here significantly. I think if he was able to be more accurate with his shots, he would be causing Richardson Hitchens real problems. But unfortunately, that's not the case from his point of view. Hitchens landing with a jab now. We got 2 minutes to go in the 6th round. So we're almost halfway through this fight, guys. Almost halfway through this fight. I agree. He is wasting energy. I agree. I'm actually becoming increasingly impressed with this performance from Hitchens. I think that he is using his jab very effectively. He's neutralizing Lemos's aggression by tying him up. It's just really not enough accuracy from Lemos. And I think the danger is going to be that basically Hitchens is going to actually be able to catch him with something and potentially at a certain point actually stop him in this fight. Let's see what happens here, guys. 1 minute to go in round number 6. It looks like Hitchens caught Lemos on the ear. Lemos covering up. He's still coming forward. Working to the body. Hitchens on his back foot using that jab. The jab has been a super effective weapon for Richardson Hitchens in this fight. But be that as it may, Lemos, very game. He's exhausting a lot of energy, though. And his punch output has definitely dropped. Hitchens is growing into the fight, and it does appear that Lemos might be fading a little bit in this one, guys. Lemos going to the body. All right. 17 seconds left to go in the round. We are almost halfway through the fight, guys. At the end of these 12 seconds, we'll be halfway through this one. I have Richardson Hitchens now comfortably ahead on the scorecards. In my mind, Lemos is fading and Hitchens is growing into the fight. Hitchens now exchanging on the inside a little bit. Gets on his bike, lands one final emphatic jab at the end of the round. That's a Hitchens round, in my opinion. That's a Hitchens round, in my opinion. And I think he's probably up 4 rounds to 2 in my book at this stage. I hope you're enjoying your run, Mr. TJ. That must be very good for your cardio, I will say. On your unofficial piece of paper, all square after 6. Yeah, that could work too. I probably have it 4 rounds to 2 for Hitchens, I would say, in my book. They're interviewing Alicia Baumgartner at ringside. Let's go into round number 7. I think Hitchens, though, is trending in the upwards direction at this point. For whatever that's worth, because the fight could still change. Okay, round number 7 is underway, guys. Richardson Hitchens is establishing his jab here. He's using it to control the range a lot better. Popping out his jab. That jab is being very, very effective. It's an extremely effective jab at keeping Lemos off him. And now you see it's just connecting on the chin of Gustavo repeatedly. Hitchens having a lot more success as the fight goes on. He's being a lot slicker, a lot calmer. Well, actually, he's always been calm, but he's been a lot more effective, I think. It looked like Hitchens possibly got, because there's a height difference, a considerable height difference between these two guys. It looks like there was a clash of heads there that might have affected the nose of Richardson Hitchens. But, yeah, both guys looking pretty solid here. Or rather, Hitchens looking pretty solid. Lemos looking pretty aggressive, but not necessarily solid. I think his accuracy was always a problem, but I think his stamina is fading as well. He's not throwing as many punches. Hitchens now on the outside looking very much in control of the fight with 1 minute and 35 to go in round number 7. Hitchens just needs to keep doing what he's doing. It's not necessarily the most exciting style in the world, but it's very effective. And if he keeps doing what he's doing, boxing from the back foot like this, and he keeps repeating this round for the rest of the fight, I think he probably wins it pretty comfortably the way things are headed right now. So Hitchens ties up Lemos with 1 minute to go in round number 7. Big jab from Hitchens. Lemos getting tied up. Hitchens now getting pushed back onto the back foot. Lemos coming forward. Lemos firing away with his jab. Now, guys, or rather with hooks, rather. Now, Lemos, if he lands any power shots, Hitchens has shown a pretty good chin. So I think it's going to take more than one punch to actually change the fight. I don't think he's going to put Hitchens down with one shot. The JYD, the longer it goes, the worse it gets. I agree. Mr. TJ, can I see a stoppage happening, Ryan Hong? Yes. It will be Lemos who gets stopped at this rate. It looks more likely that Lemos is going to be the one to get stopped. Now, with 10 seconds left in round 7, Lemos has got Hitchens backed into the corner. But in that last 10 seconds, he didn't actually land a single punch clean. He swung and missed a bunch of times. He gritted his teeth. He looked aggressive. He feinted. He did all these things. But if you actually think about how many punches did he land clean in that last little exchange, and it wasn't a lot. It was not a lot. There's just the reason I'm being quiet is I'm trying to listen into the corner of Richardson Hitchens. And like I said before, there's 3 different people talking at the same time, and they're all kind of shouting, and they're not really providing instruction. They're just saying, hit him, you got to win, like all these kind of things, but they're not really saying anything useful. And they're all talking over each other. The corner work doesn't seem great, if I'm being completely honest, from Hitchens. So we're underway now in round number 8. Richardson trying to use that jab and just keep range control. Gustavo swinging over the top, going to the body. Hitchens on the back foot. Hitchens, though, his jab is very, very effective. You can see on the punch stats, Hitchens has landed nearly 6 times as many jabs in the fight as Lemos. And the jab is such an effective weapon. Now, Lemos came back with a 1-2 and another 1-2, and it did land. So he landed about 3 clean shots on Hitchens, and it did wobble him slightly, and it forced Richardson to hang on and clinch. So not great series of events there. Now Lemos firing back. He's still coming forward and working Richardson to the body, to the head. This is better from Lemos. This is the type of aggression that's been missing in the last couple of rounds, which is aggressive work that's actually landing. Now he goes up top to the head and he connects. He's got Hitchens back against the ropes. It's that clinching, though, that's buying Richardson some time. This is a better round from Lemos, much better from Lemos, and he's coming forward, going up top to the head. Richardson is getting tagged to the head, or rather, Lemos is getting tagged to the head. Hitchens is trying to go with these uppercuts. Both guys trying to exchange uppercuts on the inside. Ooh. Right hand landed there from Hitchens, rocking back the head of Lemos. Lemos misses with a right and a left. Big power shots missing. Hitchens now landed a 4-punch combination, about 6 straight shots landing from Hitchens on the chin of Lemos. Lemos is in trouble here. If Hitchens steps on the gas, he might be able to get him at least on the canvas. But Hitchens is getting back onto his bicycle. He's going onto the back foot. He is landing on the inside, a big uppercut. Lemos is in trouble here. 30 seconds left in round number 8. Managing to fight back. A lot of heart being showed by Lemos. Hitchens, though, looking like he could be possibly on course for a stoppage here. It's not out of the question at all. Yeah, it's confusion. I agree. In the corner, by the way, Mr. TJ, I agree with you. Lemos coming out and just trying to land a big power shot to end there. He does this at the end of every round. He just tries to throw a big bomb, but it doesn't ever land. It's just, I think it's just more for either making himself feel better. Hitchenson's corner is acting as though he's using the fight, or he's losing the fight. They're telling him if he's got to win this, if he wants to win this fight, he's got to outwork him. He's got to let his hands go. 4-4 after 8, JYD. There's kind of chaos in the Hitchens corner. They seem very panicked. I don't want to say panicked. They seem very frantic. They seem very frantic, and it seems like they're really kind of desperate to get Richardson Hitchens back in there. But instead of providing concrete tips and advice like that he can actually use, they're basically just yelling at him. You got to win the fight. You got to throw more punches. You got to outwork him. You got to do these different things. It's not very well organized. It's quite chaotic there in the corner. Hitchens now on the back foot, the double jab landing on his chin, or on Lemos's chin. Chris Mannix also has the fight for what it's worth, even 76-76 at this point. So if Lemos has another good round here, wins this round, then he's winning this fight, at least on several of you guys' scorecards. I think Hitchens' corner realizes it's close as well. We are 30 seconds into round number 9. Hitchens using that clinching. I don't know if this style is necessarily going to do him any favors with the judges as well, because Lemos is coming forward and being a lot more aggressive. That might influence how the judges see the fight just because he's coming forward. Hitchens looks like he has a little bit of swelling on his eye as well. Big uppercut missed from Lemos. A lot of clinching going on in this round. 2 minutes to go. Uppercut missed and a hook missed. Left uppercut, left hook. Another left hook missing from Lemos. Hitchens got to step up his game here if he wants to make sure that he avoids a big upset in this fight. Hitchens going to the jab again, or going to the clinch again, rather. Not a lot of inside work happening from Hitchens, I have to say. He's fighting very well on the outside. On the inside, he doesn't seem to have much of an inside game. He seems to be basically just using his jab and then clinching. It's a little bit like Vladimir Klitschko. Jab and then clinch on the inside. It's quite a frustrating fight to watch, actually, because Lemos is doing the better work, as he does here. He comes forward, tries to let his hands go. We got a minute to go in round number 9. Lemos, another big shot lands. Both fighters exchange big punches. Shot to the body lands from Hitchens. Lemos coming forward again. 40 seconds left to go in the round. Hitchens and Lemos exchanging punches. Hitchens now, he doesn't want to put his foot on the gas. So when he had Lemos wobbled there, he wanted to just stay back on his back foot, just keep the distance. I really don't think he's bothered about getting the knockout. And I think he believes he can win this fight on points if he keeps fighting like this. Big bombs landing from Lemos. Lemos now coming forward relentlessly. Lemos is showing that he has a gas tank, because there was a period earlier on where it looked like he was fading, and now he's still coming forward. So we're going into round number 10, guys. 3 rounds to go. How do you have it scored? He was part of the Mayweather camp before. Yeah, well, he's his performance is not great, but his corner work is not helping, I don't think. I don't think either would beat Tim Tszyu either. I mean, they would have to go up in weight quite a bit to make that fight as well. But I agree. I mean, I think that they would both be too small. Tight round, Lemos 5-4. Could be. Hitchens' corner is acting like he's losing. There's too many voices. There's too much confusion. I've said it a bunch of times, and they just said it on the commentary as well. They must have been listening to my live stream, joking, but they said there's too many voices, and there are. Round number 10 is underway. Again, more work in the clinch from Richardson Hitchens. Now he comes out with the jab. Lemos walking forward. Doubling up the jab, Hitchens. Now he comes back. Straight rights and lefts. Hitchens using his jab to great effect in this round. But Lemos is coming back to the body. Hitchens jabbing to the head. Lemos going to the body. 2 minutes to go in round number 10, guys. This one looks like it's heading to the scorecards the way it's going. Now Lemos coming forward. He's firing with big shots. Hitchens coming back. Lemos eating big punches. Crowd starting to stand up on their feet a little bit. The fight is heating up now. Both guys exchanging. Hitchens showing a little bit more willingness to exchange on the inside. And he goes straight back into the clinch just as I say that. A little bit disappointing. Clinching going on again. Head snapped back of Lemos by Hitchens. Lemos misses with a couple of uppercuts. Body shots being landed there. Body shots landing. Both guys now trading blows in the center of the ring. Hitchens has fought at welterweight before. Yeah, well, I think he would lose to Timzu. I'll be completely honest. Now Hitchens is going to the body. This is a very, very much closer fight than I expected it to be. And I'm not 100% sure which way it's going on the scorecards, truthfully. How do you guys have this, by the way, now? We're about to end the 10th round. Hitchens going to the body. Exciting action to end the round, guys. Both fighters exchanging. We got 2 rounds to go. It looks at this point like the fight is going to make it to the judges' scorecards. I don't know how this is going to go if it does as well. Hitchens' corner still not looking the super confident. That was a great round, guys. Lemos needs a KO to win. Yeah, I mean, I think Hitchens is going to get the benefit of the doubt with the judges. That's my prediction. I think that Lemos probably needs a KO. I don't know if he needs a KO to get a draw. Let's go, guys. We got 11 rounds, 12 round, and then this fight is going to be headed to the judges' scorecards, guys. Hitchens using that jab still. Lemos is just coming forward and using his own jab. But the punches just don't have the accuracy. Hitchens needs to be careful here, though, too, because he needs to win these rounds also. Nice combination landed from Hitchens. And another 1-2. Clean on the chin. One thing, guys, I will say about this is that Hitchens' boring style might not be winning him any favors with the judges. Lemos going to the body. Hitchens on his back foot. He's using his jab. Oh! Both guys fell over. The referee is saying it wasn't a knockdown. It looks like both guys kind of fell over each other's feet. Both guys went down, but it wasn't ruled a knockdown in favor of either fighter. But I think both guys are very tired. That's why they kind of fell over at that opportunity. But Hitchens especially looks like this pressure from Lemos is causing him problems. Lemos just coming forward. constantly. Lemos just looks fresher. Even if he's not landing accurately, he's got Hitchens trapped in the corner. We got 1 minute left in this round, guys, and then we have the 12th round coming up, and that's going to be it for this fight. The heart that Lemos is showing is very impressive. Oh! Big shot landed there. The action's taking place in the middle of the ring. 30 seconds left in the 12th round, or in the 11th round, excuse me. Hitchens needs to be very careful. Lemos goes to the body. Hitchens goes up top with a jab. Come on, guys. Now Hitchens using that forearm in the clinch. Hopefully that the referee will let them work more on the inside and break up some of this holding. That would make the action much more exciting. Whew, guys. Coming forward. Hitchens is not having a great night. Lemos is having a very good performance. And somewhere in the middle, this fight is going to go to the scorecards. We are 5 hours into the stream, guys. I appreciate you all hanging out with me. I know this card has not been the world's greatest card, but we've got one more round to go of what's been a very close fight. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Hitchens' undefeated streak is on the line here, but so is Lemos's. Let's go, guys. Chris Mannix has Lemos up by 1 round, by the way. This is almost reminiscent of Ngannou against Fury, in the sense that the superior boxer here is really having a much tougher fight than I think most people expected him to. He would really be having he's really not having a great day at the office, Richardson Hitchens. You have the draw, Mr. TJ. JYD, you have it. Lemos up by 1. 2 minutes to go in this final round now. Lemos knows he can pull off a huge, huge upset in this fight if he just keeps coming forward and landing some big punches. He's really letting his hands go now. Both guys take a tumble into the ropes. Hitchens hanging on for dear life. This is going to be a very frustrating performance with the crowd. I don't think the crowd is going to be happy with this one. Lemos. Hitchens getting hit with bombs here. Or rather, Lemos getting hit with bombs from Hitchens. Hitchens unloading. Lemos, nice combination. Lemos coming forward. He's being pretty relentless. Trying to tag Hitchens to the body, to the head, anywhere he can find space. Anywhere he can find a body part of Richardson Hitchens, he's trying to hit with something, but he's just not as accurate as he needs to be. Lemos coming forward. Hitchens using his jab. We've got under a minute left to go in this fight. Lemos and Hitchens. Hitchens is on his back foot. Lemos is coming forward. The body language here is much more positive from Lemos, as Hitchens is getting battered around the ring at this point. Lemos walking him down. You know, from my perspective, Lemos deserves to win this fight on the cards, because Hitchens' performance here has been very frustrating. He's not tried to really win this fight. He's tried to sit on the outside, and Lemos has actually come forward and tried to engage a lot more. And normally I'm a big fan of the boxing skills, but in this case, this has been a very frustrating performance from Richardson Hitchens. So we've got 14 seconds left to go in the round, in the fight, and in this card, guys. Hitchens lands a right hand. Who's got more gas in the tank in the last 7 seconds? Hitchens is going to land the last couple of combinations. Lemos defying him. Last punch of the fight is going to be a jab landed by Hitchens. Gustavo Lemos might have pulled off the upset here. We will see, guys. You give it to Lemos on effort. Who do you guys have winning this fight? So the commentators, interestingly, have actually given the fight to Gustavo Lemos. Clarissa Shields is also agreeing, by the way, that Lemos won on the commentaries, it sounds like to me. So, guys, who's going to get the decision? Lemos by a point, Mr. TJ. 10-10 last round. JYD, you have at 115, 114. Well, guys, I appreciate you sticking with me. It's been a much longer card than I was expecting it to be. But thank you so much for tuning in, guys. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate you guys tuning into this one. And we're just going to get this last decision in a few seconds. And then I will sign off so that you guys can get on with the rest of your day or get to bed, depending on where you are in the world. Let's go, guys. Okay, guys, we're going to get the decision any minute now. David Diamante, I'm sure, will be out to read the particulars. The way they're talking about it on the DAZN broadcast, they are, I think, feeling like Lemos won this fight, number one. Number two, I think he probably did as well. You guys think he did as well. I hope we'll get a fair decision. So I hope we don't get crazy cards here with Hitchens like winning every round or something like that. Excuse me, guys. Tired here. All right. Jim Cheatham, 117. My sound cut out. I'm not sure who won there. 115. 113. The unanimous decision. It's going to be Hitchens, isn't it? It's going to be Richardson Hitchens, isn't it? If it's a unanimous decision. Yeah, so Hitchens won it by unanimous decision. One of the judges scored it. The crowd is booing. Guys, one of the judges actually scored the fight 117 to 111 in favor of Hitchens. Think about that. 117 to 111. 117 to 111. I mean, how? How? I thought we were going to get probably a split decision. I thought we were probably going to get a split decision with maybe even Lemos winning, but I thought at the very least a split decision. Unanimous decision. Yeah, that was crazy. 117, 111, and it wasn't even close. It's sad. You were rooting for Hitchens. Bet big on Hitchens. Big bet on Hitchens. Guys, that was not a good scorecard. At least a split. I agree. That was a lousy, lousy scorecard. I feel sorry for Lemos too, Mr. TJ. That was a crappy scorecard. All right, guys. What does Richardson Hitchens have to say? That was a really not a good scorecard in my opinion, guys. I feel like that was just a terrible, terrible scorecard. But that was not good, guys. At any rate, Whew, guys, that was not a good look. I don't think. All right, guys. I'm gonna end this stream here, guys. I appreciate you all tuning in. I think this has been long enough. You almost lost 3K tonight, Tim G. I haven't heard from Eddie Hearn yet. So Richardson Hitchens won a unanimous decision, Ryan. I don't think it was deserved. I think it probably should have at least been a split decision. But be that as it may, Richardson Hitchens won a unanimous decision with one of the judges scoring at 117 to 111. Thank you, JYD. Thank you, Mr. TJ. I know you guys have tuned in. You've been in for a long one. I appreciate you guys. I know it's been a slow card. Mr. TJ, JYD, Assad, Tim G, Ryan Hong, anybody else who I've missed who's been tuning in, thank you. Bradaman, anyone else who's been tuning in, guys, throughout the card, thank you so much. I will catch you guys next week as well. So appreciate the love, and I will see you guys again soon. Thank you. Have a good rest of your weekend.